Part 2 of the Ladder of Divine Ascent. Step 16 on Love of Money or Avarice. 1. Many learned teachers treat next, after the tyrant just described, the thousand-headed demon of avarice. We, unlearned as we are, did not wish to change the order of the learned, and we have therefore followed the same convention and rule. So let us first say a little about the disease, and then speak briefly about the remedy. 2. Avarice, or love of money, is the worship of idols, to a daughter of unbelief, an excuse for infirmities, a foreboding of old age, a harbinger of drought, a herald of hunger. 3. The lover of money sneers at the gospel and is a willful transgressor. He who has attained to love scatters his money, but he who says that he lives for love and for money has deceived himself. 4. He who mourns for himself has also renounced his body, and at the appropriate time he does not spare it. 5. Do not say that you are collecting money for the poor. With 2 mites the kingdom was purchased. 3.6. A hospitable man and a money lover met one another, and the latter called the former unintelligible. 7. He who has conquered this passion has cut out care, but he who is bound by it never attains to pure prayer. 1. Some Greek versions read mother. 2 cf. Ephesians v. 5. 3 Saint Luke 21, 2. 67. 8. The beginning of love of money is the pretext of almsgiving, and the end of it is hatred of the poor. So long as he is collecting he is charitable, but when the money is in hand he tightens his hold. 9. I have seen how men of scanty means enriched themselves by living with the poor in spirit, and forgot their first poverty. 110. A monk who loves money is a stranger to idleness too and hourly remembers the word of the Apostle, let an idle man not eat. 3. And, these hands of mine have ministered to me and to those who were with me. 4. This is the 16th struggle. He who has won this victory has either obtained love or cut out care. Step 17 on poverty, that hastens heavenwards. 5. 1. Poverty is the resignation of cares, life without anxiety, an unencumbered traveler, alienation from sorrow, fidelity to the commandments. 2. A poor monk is lord of the world, he has entrusted his cares to God and by faith has obtained all men as his slaves. He will not tell his need to man, and he receives what comes to him, as from the hand of the Lord. 3. The poor ascetic is a son of detachment and thinks of what he has as if it were nothing. When he becomes a solitary, he regards everything as refuse, but if he worries about something, he has not yet become poor. 4. A poor man is pure during prayer, but an acquisitive man prays to material images. 5. Those who live in obedience are strangers to love of money, for where even the body has been given up, what is left to be one's own? Only in one way can they do wrong, namely by being ready and quick to go from place to place. I have seen material possessions make monks patient to remain in one place, but I praise those who are pilgrims for the Lord. 6. He who has tasted the things on high easily despises what is below, but he who has not tasted the things above finds joy in possessions. 7. A man who impoverishes himself for no reason suffers a double harm. He abstains from present goods and is deprived of future ones. 8. Let us monks, then, be as trustful as the birds are, for they do not have cares, and they do not collect. 9. Great is he who piously renounces possessions, but holy is he who renounces his will. The one will receive 100-fold, either in money or in graces, but the other will inherit eternal life. 10. Waves never leave the sea, nor do anger and grief leave the avaricious. 11. He who despises what is material, is rid of quarrels and controversies, but the covetous man will fight till death for a needle. 12. Unwavering faith cuts off cares, and remembrance of death denies the body as well. 1 cf. Saint Matthew v. 3, 2 Accides, cf. Step 13, Note 187, p. 52. 3 2 Thessalonians 3, 10, 4 Acts 20, 34, 5 The words in parenthesis are so printed in pg 88, 68. 13. In Job there was no trace of avarice, therefore, when he lost everything, he remained undisturbed. 14. The love of money is, and is called the root of all evils, 1 because it produces hatred, thefts, envy, separations, enmities, storms, remembrance of wrong, hard-heartedness, murders. 15. Some have burned much wood with a small fire, and with the help of one virtue some have escaped all the passions just mentioned. This virtue is called detachment, and it is born of experience and a taste of God and meditation on the account to be given at death. 16. The attentive reader will remember the history of the mother of all evil. When she enumerated her wicked and cursed children, she said that her second offspring was the stone of insensibility, but the many-headed snake of idolatry prevented me from giving it its own special place. I do not know why, but the discerning fathers gave it the 3rd place in the chain of the 8 deadly sins. Having said sufficient about avarice, we now intend to speak about insensibility, as the 3rd infirmity, though the 2nd born, and after this, we shall treat briefly of sleep and watchfulness, and also of puerile and cowardly fear, for these are the failings of beginners. This is the 17th step. He who has mounted it is journeying to heaven stripped of material things. Step 18 on insensibility, that is, deadening of the soul and the death of the mind before the death of the body. 1. Insensibility both in the body and in the spirit is deadened feeling, which from long sickness and negligence lapses into loss of feeling. 2. Insensibility is negligence that has become habit, benumbed thought, the birth of presumption, a snare for zeal, the noose of courage, ignorance of compunction, a door to despair, the mother of forgetfulness, which gives birth to loss of the fear of God, and then she becomes the daughter of her own daughter. 2-3. He who has lost sensibility is a brainless philosopher, a self-condemned commentator, a self-contradictory windbag, a blind man who teaches others to see. He talks about healing a wound, and does not stop irritating it. He complains of sickness, and does not stop eating what is harmful. He prays against it, and immediately goes and does it, and when he has done it, he is angry with himself, and the wretched man is not ashamed of his own words. I am doing wrong, he cries, and eagerly continues to do so. His mouth prays against his passion, and his body struggles for it. He philosophizes about death, but he behaves as if he were immortal. He groans over the separation of soul and body, but drowses along as if he were eternal. He talks of temperance and self-control, but he lives for gluttony. He reads about the judgment and begins to smile. He reads about vainglory, and is vainglorious while actually reading. He repeats what he has learnt about vigil, and drops asleep on the spot. He praises prayer, but runs from it as from the plague. He blesses obedience, but he is the first to disobey. He praises detachment, but he is not ashamed to be spiteful and to fight for a rag. When angered he gets bitter, and he is angered again at his bitterness, and he does not feel that after one defeat he is suffering another. Having overeaten he repents, and a little later again gives way to it. He blesses silence, and praises it with a spate of words. He teaches meekness, and during the actual teaching frequently gets angry. Having woken from passion he sighs, and shaking his head, he again yields to passion. He condemns laughter, and lectures on mourning with a smile on his face. Before others he blames himself for being vainglorious, and in blaming himself is only angling for glory. 1 Timothy v. 10. 2 Loss of the fear of God is the daughter of forgetfulness, which is the daughter of insensibility. Then loss of the fear of God in turn gives birth to insensibility. 69. Himself, he looks people in the face with passion, and talks about chastity. While frequenting the world, he praises the solitary life, without realizing that he shames himself. He extols almsgivers, and reviles beggars. All the time he is his own accuser, and he does not want to come to his senses. I will not say cannot, for I have seen many people like this hear about death and the terrible judgment and shed tears, and with the tears still in their eyes they eagerly go to a meal, and I was amazed how this tyrant, this stinkpot of gluttony, by complete indifference, can grow so strong as to turn the tables even on mourning. 5. As far as my poor powers and knowledge allow, I have exposed the wiles and wheels of this stony, obstinate, raging and stupid passion. I have not the patience to expatiate on it. He who is experienced and able in the Lord should not shrink from applying healing to the sores, for I'm not ashamed to admit my own powerlessness. Since I am sorely afflicted with this sickness, I should not have been able to discover its wiles and tricks by myself if I had not caught it and held it firmly, probing it to make it acknowledge what has been said above, and plying it with the scourge of the fear of the Lord and with unceasing prayer. That is why this tyrant and evildoer said to me, my subjects laugh when they see corpses, when they stand at prayer they are completely stony, hard and darkened, when they see the holy altar they feel nothing, when they partake of the gift, it is as if they had eaten ordinary bread. When I see persons moved by compunction, I mock them. From my father I learnt to kill all good things which are born of courage and love. I am the mother of laughter, the nurse of sleep, the friend of a full belly. When exposed I do not grieve, I go hand in hand with sham piety. 1:6. I was astounded at the words of this raving creature and asked her about her father, wishing to know her name, and she said, I have no single parentage, my conception is mixed and indefinite, satiety nourishes me, time makes me grow, and bad habit entrenches me. He who keeps this habit will never be rid of me. Be constant in vigil, meditating on the eternal judgment, then perhaps I shall to some extent relax my hold on you, find out what caused me to be born in you, and then battle against my mother, for she is not in all cases the same. Pray often at the coffins, and engrave an indelible image of them in your heart, for unless you inscribe it there with the pencil of fasting, you will never conquer me. Step 19 on Sleep, Prayer, and Psalm Singing in Chapel. 1. Sleep is a particular state of nature, an image of death, inactivity of the senses. Sleep is one, but, like desire, its sources and occasions are many, that is to say, it comes from nature, from food, from demons, or perhaps, sometimes, from extreme and prolonged fasting, through which the flesh is weakened and at last longs for the consolation of sleep. 2. Just as prolonged drinking is a matter of habit, so too from habit comes too much sleeping. Therefore we must struggle with the question of sleep, especially in the easy days of obedience, because a long-standing habit is difficult to cure. 3. Let us observe and we shall find that the spiritual trumpet too serves as an outward signal for the gathering of the brethren, but it is also the unseen signal for the assembly of our foes. So some of them stand by our bed and when we get up are just to lie down again. Wait, they say, till the preliminary hymns are finished, then you can go to church. Others plunge those standing at prayer into sleep. Some produce severe, unusual pains in the stomach, others egg us on to make conversation in church. 1. Some manuscripts reverse these last two sentences. 2. That is the gong or bell, often of wood, horns and drums of various kinds were also used. 70. Some entice the mind to shameful thoughts, others make us lean against the wall as though from fatigue, sometimes they involve us in fits of yawning, some of them bring on waves of laughter during prayer, thereby desiring to stir up the anger of God against us, some force us to hurry the reading or singing, merely from laziness, others suggest that we should sing more slowly for the pleasure of it, and sometimes they sit at our mouths and shut them, so that we can scarcely open them. He who realizes that he is standing before God will be as still as a pillar during prayer and will pray with heartfelt feeling, and none of the aforesaid demons will make sport of him. 4. The really obedient man often suddenly becomes radiant and exultant during prayer, for this wrestler was prepared and fired beforehand by his sincere service. 5. It is possible for all to pray with a congregation, for many it is beneficial to pray with a single kindred spirit. Solitary prayer is for the very few. 6. In singing with many it is impossible to pray with the wordless prayer of the Spirit, but your mind should be engaged in contemplation of the words being chanted or read, or you should say some definite prayer while you are waiting for the alternate verse to be chanted. 7. It is not proper for anyone to engage in any accessory work, or rather distraction, during the time of prayer. For the angel who attended Antony the Great taught him this clearly. 8. Just as a furnace tests gold, so the practice of prayer tests the monk's zeal and love for God. A praiseworthy work, he who makes it his own draws near to God and expels demons. Step 20 on bodily vigilance. How to use it to attain spiritual vigilance. How to practice it. 1. Some stand before earthly kings without weapons and without armor, others hold staffs of office, and some have shields, and some swords. The former are vastly superior to the latter, for they are usually personal relations of the king and members of the royal household, so it is with earthly kings. 2. Now let us see how we stand before God our King, when we stand at our prayers in the evening, or during the day and night, for some at their evening all-night vigil lift up their hands in prayer as if they were incorporeal and stripped of all care, others stand at that time singing psalms, others are more occupied in reading, and some out of weakness courageously resist sleep by working with their hands, others try to feel the horror of the thought of death, hoping thus to obtain contrition, and of all these, the first and last are an all-night vigil for the love of God, the second do what befits a monk, while the third go the lowest way, yet God accepts and values the offerings of each according to their intention and power. 3. A vigilant eye makes the mind pure, but much sleep binds the soul. 4. A vigilant monk is a foe to fornication, but a sleepy one mates with it. 5. Vigil is a quenching of lust, deliverance from dream phantoms, a tearful eye, a softened heart, the guarding of thoughts, the dissolving of food, the subduing of passions, the taming of spirits, the bridling of the tongue, the banishment of fantasies. 6. A monk who denies himself sleep is a fisher of thoughts, and in the stillness of the night he can easily observe and catch them. 7. The God-loving monk, when the bell rings for prayer, says, "Good, good." The lazy one says, "What a nuisance." 71. 8. The preparing of the table exposes gluttons, but the work of prayer exposes lovers of God. The former dance on seeing the table, but the latter scowl. 9. Long sleep produces forgetfulness, but vigil purifies the memory. 10. The farmer's wealth is gathered on the threshing floor and in the wine press, but the wealth and knowledge of monks is gathered during the evenings and the night hours while standing at prayer and engaged in spiritual activity. 11. Long sleep is an unjust comrade, it robs the lazy of half their life, and even more. 12. The inexperienced monk is wide awake in friendly conversation, but his eyes become heavy when the hour of prayer is upon him. 13. The lazy monk is famous and skilled at talking, but when reading is about to begin, he cannot keep his eyes open. At the sound of the trumpet the dead will rise, and when idle talk is afoot those who were asleep come to themselves. 14. The tyrant's sleep is a crafty friend, when we are full of food it often leaves us, but in hunger and thirst it attacks us vigorously. 15. It suggests that we should do handwork during our prayers, for it cannot otherwise foil the prayers of the vigilant. 16. It first enters into conflict with beginners in order to make them negligent from the very outset or to prepare the way for the demon of fornication. 17. Not until we are freed from this should we beg to be excused common worship, for often shame keeps us from dozing. The hound is the enemy of the hares, and the demon of vainglory is the enemy of sleep. 18. When the day is over, the vendor sits down and counts his profits, but the ascetic does so when the psalm singing is over. 19. When prayer is finished wait soberly, and you will see that swarms of demons, as if challenged by us, try to invade us after prayer with absurd fantasies. Sit and watch, you will see those who are in the habit of snatching away the first fruits of the soul. 20. It may happen that continuous meditation on passages of the Psalms is prolonged into the hour of sleep, and it may happen that the demons put these passages into our mind in order to lead us to pride. I would not have mentioned the third case, had not someone forced me to do so. The soul which has spent all day unceasingly engaged with the word of the Lord will love to be occupied with it in sleep too, for this second grace is in a special sense a reward for the first and helps us to avoid falls and fantasies. This is the 20th step, he who has mounted it has received light in his heart. Step 21 on unmanly and puerile cowardice. 1. If you pursue virtue in a monastery or community, you are not likely to be attacked much by fear. but the man who spends his time in more solitary places should make every effort to avoid being overcome by that offspring of vainglory, that daughter of unbelief, cowardice. 2. Cowardice is a childish disposition in an old, vainglorious soul. Cowardice is a falling away from faith that comes of expecting the unexpected. 72. 3. Fear is a rehearsing of danger beforehand, or again, fear is a trembling sensation of the heart, alarmed and troubled by unknown misfortunes. Fear is a loss of conviction. 4. A proud soul is a slave of cowardice, it vainly trusts in itself, and is afraid of any sound or shadow of creatures. 5. Those who mourn over their sins but are insensible to every other sorrow do not feel cowardice, but the cowardly often have mental breakdowns, and this is natural, for the Lord rightly forsakes the proud one that the rest of us may learn not to be puffed up. 6. Although all cowardly people are vainglorious, yet not all who are unafraid are humble, since even robbers and grave plunderers may be without fear. 7. Do not hesitate to go late at night to those places where you usually feel afraid, but if you yield only a little to such weakness, then this childish and ridiculous infirmity will grow old with you. As you go on your way, arm yourself with prayer. When you reach the place, stretch out your hands, flog your enemies with the name of Jesus, for there is no stronger weapon in heaven or earth. When you get rid of the disease of fear, praise Him who has delivered you. If you continue to be thankful, He will protect you forever. 8. Just as it is impossible to satisfy the stomach in one bout, so also it is impossible to overcome fear instantly. It will yield more quickly in proportion as you mourn, but to the extent that our mourning fails, we continue to be cowards. 9. My hair and my flesh shuddered too, said Eliphaz, when describing the malice of the demon. Sometimes the soul, and sometimes the flesh, turns coward first, and the one passes its infirmity on to the other. If this untimely fear does not pass into the soul when the flesh flinches, then deliverance from the disease is at hand, but the actual freedom from cowardice comes when we eagerly accept all unexpected events with a contrite heart. 10. It is not darkness and loneliness of place that gives the demons power against us, but barrenness of soul, and through God's providence this sometimes happens in order that we may learn by it. 11. He who has become the servant of the Lord will fear his master alone, but he who does not yet fear him is often afraid of his own shadow. 12. In the presence of an invisible spirit the body becomes afraid, but in the presence of an angel the soul of the humble is filled with joy. Therefore, when we recognize the presence from the effect, let us quickly hasten to prayer, for our good guardian has come to pray with us. He who has conquered cowardice has clearly dedicated his life and soul to God. Step 22 on the many forms of vainglory. 1. Some like to distinguish vainglory from pride and to give it a special place and chapter, and so they say that there are 8 capital and deadly sins. 3. But Gregory the theologian and other teachers have given out that there are 7, and I am strongly inclined to agree with them, for who that has conquered vainglory has pride within him? The only difference between them is such as there is between a child and a man, between wheat and bread, for the one is the beginning and the other the end, and so now that the occasion calls for it let us speak briefly about the beginning and some of the 1 cf. St. Matthew 27:46, 2 Job 4:15, 3 Lit. Thoughts of evil. 73. Passions, unholy self-esteem. For if anyone were to try to philosophize at length on this subject he would be like someone who fusses over the weight of the winds. 2. With regard to its form, vainglory is a change of nature, a perversion of character, a note of blame, and with regard to its quality, it is a dissipation of labors, a waste of sweat, a betrayal of treasure, a child of unbelief, the precursor of pride, shipwreck in harbor, an ant on the threshing floor which, though small, has designs upon all one's labor and fruit. The ant waits for the gathering of the wheat, and vainglory for the gathering of the riches of virtue, for the one loves to steal and the other to squander. 3. The spirit of despair rejoices at the sight of increasing vice, and the spirit of vainglory at the sight of increasing virtue. The door of the first is a multitude of wounds, and the door of the second is a wealth of labors. 4. Observe, and you will find unholy vainglory abounding till the very grave in clothes, oils, servants, perfumes and the like. 5. The sun shines on all alike, and vainglory beams on all activities. For instance, I am vainglorious when I fast, and when I relax the fast in order to be unnoticed I am again vainglorious over my prudence. When well dressed I am quite overcome by vainglory, and when I put on poor clothes I am vainglorious again. When I talk I am defeated, and when I am silent I am again defeated by it. However I throw this prickly pear, a spike stands upright. 6. A vainglorious person is a believing idolater. He apparently honors God, but he wants to please not God but men. 7. Every lover of self-display is vainglorious. The fast of the vainglorious person is without reward and his prayer is futile, because he does both for the praise of men. 8. A vainglorious ascetic is cheated both ways. He exhausts his body, and he gets no reward. 9. Who will not laugh at the vainglorious worker, standing for somebody and moved by this passion now to laughter and then to tears for all to see. 10. God often hides from our eyes even those perfections that we have obtained, but he who praises us or, rather, misleads us, opens our eyes by his praise, and as soon as our eyes are opened, our treasure vanishes. 11. The flatterer is a servant of devils, a guide to pride, a destroyer of contrition, a ruiner of virtues, a misleader. Those who honor you deceive you, says the prophet. 112. People of high spirit bear offense nobly and gladly, but only holy people and saints can pass through praise without harm. 13. I have seen people mourning who, on being praised, flared up in anger, and as at a public gathering, one passion gave place to another. 14. Who among men knows the thoughts of a man, except the spirit of the man within him? 2. And so let those who try to praise us to our face be silent and ashamed. 15. When you hear that your neighbor or friend has abused you behind your back or even to your face, then show love and praise him. 16. It is a great work to shake from the soul the praise of men, but to reject the praise of demons is greater. 1 Isaiah 3:12, 2 1 Corinthians 2:11. 74. 17. It is not he who depreciates himself who shows humility, for who will not put up with himself? But he who maintains the same love for the very man who reproaches him. 18. I have noticed the demon of vainglory suggesting thoughts to one brother, while he reveals them to another, and he incites the latter to tell the former what is in his heart, and then praises him as a thought reader, and sometimes, unholy creature that he is, he even touches the bodily members and produces palpitations. 19. Do not take any notice of him when he suggests that you should accept a bishopric, or abbacy, or doctorate, for it is difficult to drive away a dog from a butcher's counter. 20. Whenever he sees that any have acquired in some slight measure a contemplative attitude, he immediately urges them to leave the desert for the world, saying, "Go away in order to save the souls which are perishing." 21. Ethiopians have one kind of face, and statues another, so too the vainglory of those living in a community takes a different form from that of those living in a desert. 22. Vainglory incites monks given to levity to anticipate the arrival of lay guests and to go out of the cloister to meet them. It makes them fall at their feet and, though full of pride, it feigns humility. It checks manner and voice, and keeps an eye on the hands of visitors in order to receive something from them. It calls them lords and patrons, graced with godly life. To those sitting at table it suggests abstinence, and it rebukes subordinates mercilessly. It stirs those who are slack at standing in psalmody to make an effort. Those who have no voice become good singers and the sleepy wake up. It flatters the conductor, and begs to be given first place in the choir. It calls him father and master as long as the guests are still there. 23. Vainglory makes those who are preferred, proud, and those who are slighted, resentful. 24. Vainglory is often the cause of dishonor instead of honor, because it brings great shame to its enraged disciples. 25. Vainglory makes quick-tempered people meek before men. 26. It has great ambition for natural gifts, and through them often hurls its wretched slaves to destruction. 27. I have seen a demon injure and chase off his own brother, for just when the brother had lost his temper, secular visitors suddenly arrived, and the wretched fellow resold himself to vainglory. He could not serve two passions at the same time. 28. He who has sold himself to vainglory leads a double life. Outwardly he lives with monks, but in mind and thought he is in the world. 29. If we ardently desire to please the heavenly King, we should be eager to taste the glory that is above. He who has tasted that will despise all earthly glory, for I should be surprised if anyone could despise the latter unless he had tasted the former. 30. Often after being stripped by vainglory, we turn and strip it more cleverly. I have seen some who began spiritual activity out of vainglory, and although they made a bad start, yet the end proved praiseworthy, because they changed their intention. 31. He who is proud of his natural advantages, I mean cleverness, ability to learn, skill in reading, a clear pronunciation, quick understanding and all such gifts received by us without labor, will never. 1. There are inclinations which are considered virtues, yet are not, but are really gifts and advantages of nature. Many people are naturally meek, gentle, sober, courageous, modest, chaste, or silent. It is no virtue to be naturally a small eater, but it is a virtue to abstain voluntarily and by choice. 75. Obtain the supernatural blessings, because he who is unfaithful in a little is also unfaithful and vainglorious in much. 132. For the sake of extreme dispassion, rich gifts, miracle working and prophetic powers, many exhaust their bodies in vain. They do not know, poor wretches, that it is not toil so much as humility that is the mother of such perfections. 33. He who asks God for gifts in return for his labors has laid unsure foundations. He who regards himself as a debtor will unexpectedly and suddenly receive riches. 34. Do not believe the winnower when he suggests that you should display your virtues for the benefit of the hearers, for what shall a man be profited if he shall bring profit to the whole world, and forfeit his soul? 2. Nothing so edifies our neighbor as sincere and humble speech and manners, for this serves as a spur to others never to be puffed up, and what can be more beneficial than this? 35. One who had the gift of sight told me what he had seen. Once, he said, when I was sitting in assembly, the demon of vainglory and the demon of pride came and sat beside me, one on either side. The one poked me in the side with the finger of vainglory and urged me to relate some vision or labor which I had done in the desert, but as soon as I had shaken him off, saying, "Let them be turned back and put to shame who plot evil against me." 3. Then the demon on my left at once said in my ear, well done, you have become great by conquering my shameless mother." Turning to him, I made apartment use of the rest of the verse and said, "Let them be turned back and put to shame who said to me, well done, 4. And to my question, how is vainglory the mother of pride? He replied, praises exalt and puff one up, and when the soul is exalted, then pride seizes it, lifts it up to heaven and casts it down to the abyss. 36. There is a glory that comes from the Lord, for he says, "Those who glorify me, I will glorify." 5. And there is a glory that dogs us through diabolic intrigue, for it is said, "Woe, when all men shall speak well of you." 6. You may be sure that it is the first kind of glory when you regard it as harmful and avoid it in every possible way, and hide your manner of life wherever you go, but the other you will know when you do something, however trifling, hoping that you will be observed by men. 737. Abominable vainglory suggests that we should pretend to have some virtue that we do not possess, spurring us on by the text, "Let your light so shine before men that they may see your good works." 838. The Lord often brings the vainglorious to a state of humility through the dishonor that befalls them. 39. The beginning of the conquest of vainglory is the custody of the mouth and love of being dishonored. The middle stage is a beating back of all known acts of vainglory, and the end, if there is an end to an abyss, consists in trying to behave in the presence of others so that we are humbled without feeling it. 40. Do not hide your sins with the idea of removing a cause of stumbling from your neighbor, although perhaps it will not be advisable to use this remedy in every case, but it will depend on the nature of one's sins. 1 Saint. Luke 16:10, 2 Saint. Matthew 16:26, Saint. Luke 9:25, 3 Psalm 39:15, 4 Psalm 6:3, cf. 39:16, 5 1 Kings 2:30, 6 Saint. Luke v. 26:7 Saint. Matthew v. 1:8 Saint. Matthew v. 16:76. 41. When we invite glory, or when it comes to us from others uninvited, or when out of vainglory we decide upon a certain course of action, we should remember our mourning and should think of the holy fear with which we stood before God in solitary prayer, and in this way we shall certainly put shameless vainglory out of countenance. If we are really concerned to attain true prayer, if this is insufficient, then let us briefly recollect our death, and if this is also ineffective, at least let us fear the shame that follows honor, for he who exalts himself will be humbled one not only there, but certainly here as well. 42. When our praisers, or rather our seducers, begin to praise us, let us briefly call to mind the multitude of our sins, and we shall find ourselves unworthy of what is said or done in our honor. 43. No doubt there are certain prayers of some vainglorious people that deserve to be heard by God, but the Lord has a habit of anticipating their prayers and petitions so that their conceit should not be increased because their prayers have succeeded. 44. Simpler people are not much infected with the poison of vainglory, because vainglory is a loss of simplicity and an insincere way of life. 45. It often happens that when a worm becomes fully grown it gets wings and rises up on high, so too when vainglory increases it gives birth to pride, the origin and consummation of all evils. 46. He who is without this sickness is near to salvation, but he who is not free from it is far from the glory of the saints. This is the 22nd step. He who is not caught by vainglory will never fall into that mad pride which is so hateful to God. Step 23 on mad to pride, and, in the same step, on unclean blasphemous thoughts. 1. Pride is denial of God, an invention of the devil, the despising of men, the mother of condemnation, the offspring of praise, a sign of sterility, flight from divine assistance, the precursor of madness, the herald of false, a foothold for satanic possession, source of anger, door of hypocrisy, the support of demons, the guardian of sins, the patron of unsympathy, the rejection of compassion, a bitter inquisitor, an inhuman judge, an opponent of God, a root of blasphemy. 2. The beginning of pride is the consummation of vainglory, the middle is the humiliation of our neighbor, the shameless parade of our labors, complacency in the heart, hatred of exposure, and the end is denial of God's help, the extolling of one's own exertions, fiendish character. 3. Let all of us who wish to avoid this pit listen. This passion often finds food in gratitude, for at first it does not shamelessly advise us to deny God. I have seen people who thank God with their mouth but mentally magnify themselves, and this is confirmed by that Pharisee who said ironically, "God, I thank thee." 3-4. Where a fall has overtaken us, their pride has already pitched its tent, because a fall is an indication of pride. 5. A venerable man said to me, "Suppose that there are 12 shameful passions, if we deliberately love one of them, I mean, pride, it will fill the place of the remaining 11. 1 Saint. Luke 14:11, 2 or, headless, headstrong. 3 Saint. Luke 18:11, 77. 6. A haughty monk contradicts violently, but a humble one cannot even look one in the face. 7. The cypress does not bend to live on earth, nor does a lofty-hearted monk do so to acquire obedience. 8. A proud person grasps at authority, because otherwise he cannot, or rather, does not want to be utterly lost. 9. God resists the proud. One who then can have mercy on them. Every proud-hearted man is unclean before God. 2. Who then can cleanse such a person? 10. The proud are corrected by falling into sin. 3. It is a devil which spurs them on. 4. But apostasy is madness. In the first 2 cases people have often been healed by men, but the last is humanly incurable. 11. He who refuses reproof shows his passion, pride, but he who accepts it is free of this fetter. 12. An angel 5 fell from heaven without any other passion except pride, and so we may ask whether it is possible to ascend to heaven by humility alone without any other of the virtues. 13. Pride is loss of wealth and sweat. They cried but there was none to save, no doubt because they cried with pride. They cried to the Lord and he heard them not. 6. No doubt because they were not trying to cut out the faults against which they prayed. 14. A most learned old man spiritually admonished a proud brother, but he in his blindness said, "Excuse me, Father, I am not proud." The wise old man said to him, "What clearer proof of this passion could you have given us, son, than to say, 'I am not proud'?" 15. Such people can make good use of submission, a more rigorous and humiliating life, and the reading of the supernatural feats of the Fathers. Perhaps even then, there will be little hope of salvation for those suffering from this malady. 16. It is shameful to be proud of the adornments of others, but utter madness to fancy one deserves God's gifts. Be exalted only by such merits 7 as you had before your birth, but what you got after your birth, as also birth itself, God gave you. Only those virtues which you have obtained without the cooperation of the mind belong to you, because your mind was given you by God. Only such victories as you have won without the cooperation of the body have been accomplished by your efforts, because the body is not yours but a work of God. 17. Do not be self-confident until you hear the final sentence passed upon yourself, bearing in mind the guest who got as far as joining in the marriage feast and then was bound hand and foot and cast out into the outer darkness. 8:18. Do not lift up your neck, creature of earth, for many, though holy and spiritual, were cast from heaven. 19. When the daemon of pride gets a foothold in his servants, he appears to them either in sleep or in a waking vision, as though in the form of a holy angel or some martyr, and gives them the revelation of mysteries, or a free bestowal of spiritual gifts, so that these unfortunates may be deceived and completely lose their wits. 1 James 4:6, 2 Proverbs 16:5, 3 St. Augustine says that God allows the proud to fall into sin to humble them. 4 cf. I was given a thorn in the flesh, an angel of Satan. 2 Corinthians 12:7, 5 That is, Lucifer. 6 Psalm 17:42, 7 Or, successes, achievements, exploits. 8 St. Matthew 22:13, 78. 20. Even if we endure 1,000 deaths for Christ, even so we shall not repay all that is due, for the blood of God, and the blood of his servants are quite different, and I am thinking here of the dignity and not of the actual physical substance. 21. We should constantly be examining and comparing ourselves with the Holy Fathers and the lights who lived before us, and we should then find that we have not yet entered upon the path of the ascetic life, and have not kept our vow in holy fashion, and in disposition are still living in the world. 22. A monk, properly speaking, is he whose soul's eye does not look haughtily, and whose bodily feeling is unmoved. 23. A monk is he who calls his enemies to combat like wild beasts, and provokes them as they flee from him. 24. A monk experiences unceasing rapture of mind and sorrow of life. 25. A monk is one who is conditioned by virtues as others are by pleasures. 26. A monk possesses unfailing light in the eye of the heart. 27. A monk has an abyss of humility into which he has plunged and suffocated every evil spirit. 28. Forgetfulness of our sins is the result of conceit, for the remembrance of them leads to humility. 29. Pride is utter penury of soul, under the illusion of wealth, imagining light in its darkness. The foul passion not only blocks our advance, but even hurls us down from the heights. 30. The proud man is a pomegranate, rotten inside, while outwardly radiant with beauty. 31. A proud monk has no need of a devil, he has become a devil and enemy to himself. 32. Darkness is foreign to light, and a proud person is foreign to every virtue. 33. In the hearts of the proud, blasphemous words will find birth, but in the souls of the humble, heavenly contemplations. 34. A thief abominates the sun, as a proud man scorns the meek. 35. I do not know how it is, but the proud for the most part remain ignorant of their real selves, and they imagine that they are victorious over their passions, and they only realize their poverty when they depart from this life. 36. The man enmeshed in pride will need the help of God, for the salvation of men cannot avail him. 137. I once caught this mad impostor as it was rising in my heart, bearing on its shoulders its mother, vainglory, roping them with the noose of obedience and thrashing them with the whip of humility. I demanded how they got access to me. At last, when flogged, they said, "We have neither beginning nor birth, for we are the originators of all the passions. Contrition of heart that is born of obedience is our real enemy. We cannot bear to be subject to anyone, that is why we fell from heaven, though we had authority there." In brief, we are the parents of all that opposes humility, for everything which furthers humility, opposes us. Our power extends to all short of heaven, so where will you run from our presence? We often accompany patience under dishonor, and obedience, and freedom from anger, and lack of resentment, and service of one's neighbor. Our offspring are the sins of spiritual people: anger, calumny, spite, irritability, shouting, blasphemy, hypocrisy, hatred, envy, disputing, self-will, disobedience. 1 Psalmix 13, Kvi 13, 2 see above, p. 76, note 266, 79. There is only one thing in which we have no power to meddle, and we shall tell you this, for we cannot bear your blows. If you keep up a sincere condemnation of yourself before the Lord, you can count us as weak as a cobweb, for pride's saddle horse, as you see, is vainglory on which I am mounted, but holy humility and self-accusation laugh at both the horse and its rider, happily singing the song of victory. Let us sing to the Lord, for gloriously has he been glorified. Horse and rider he has thrown into the sea one and into the abyss of humility. This is the 23rd step. He who mounts it, if any can mount it, will be strong. Concerning unmentionable blasphemous thoughts too. 38. We have heard that from a troublesome root and mother comes a most troublesome offspring, that is to say, unspeakable blasphemy is born from foul pride, so it is necessary to bring it into the open, for it is no ordinary creature, but the most cruel of all our foes and enemies, and what is still worse, it is difficult to put into words, confess, or expose these thoughts to a spiritual physician, and so this unholy disease has produced frustration and despair in many, destroying all their hope like a worm in a tree. 39. During the Holy Liturgy, at the very moment when the mysteries are being accomplished, this vile enemy often blasphemes the Lord and the holy events that are being enacted. This shows clearly that it is not our soul that pronounces these unspeakable, godless and unthinkable words within us, but the God-hating fiend who fled from heaven for uttering blasphemies against the Lord thereto, as it would seem, for if these shameless and disgraceful words are my own, how could I worship after receiving the gift? How can I praise and revile at one and the same time? 40. This deceiver and corrupter of souls has often driven many out of their mind. No other thought is so difficult to tell in confession as this. That is why it often remains with many to the very end of their lives, for nothing gives the demons and bad thoughts such power over us as nourishing and hiding them in our heart unconfessed. 41. No one in the face of blasphemous thoughts need think that the guilt lies within him, for the Lord is the knower of hearts and he is aware that such words and thoughts do not come from us but from our foes. 42. Drunkenness is a cause of stumbling, and pride is a cause of unseemly thoughts. As far as his stumbling is concerned, the drunkard is not to blame, but he will certainly be punished for his drunkenness. 43. When we stand in prayer, those unclean and unspeakable thoughts assail us, but if we continue praying to the end they retire at once, for they do not fight those who stand up to them. 44. The godless foe not only blasphemes God and everything divine but utters the most shameful and indecent words within our minds to make us either give up praying or else despair of ourselves. He has prevented many from praying, and separated many from the holy mysteries. 45. This evil and inhuman tyrant has wearied the bodies of some with grief, has exhausted others with fasting, and has given them no rest. He does this with those living the monastic life as well as with people living in the world, suggesting to them that there is no hope whatsoever of salvation for them, and assuring them that they are more to be pitied and more wretched than all the unbelievers and heathen. 46. He who is troubled by the spirit of blasphemy and wants to be delivered from it should know for certain that it is not his soul that is the cause of such thoughts but the impure demon who once said to 1 Exodus 15, 1-2. Some versions make a new step or chapter here. 80. The Lord, all these things will I give thee if thou wilt fall down and worship me. 1. And so let us to humiliate him and, without paying the least regard to his suggestion, say to him, Get thee behind me, Satan, I shall worship the Lord my God, and him only will I serve. 2. Thy labor and thy word will return upon thy head, and thy blasphemies will come down upon thy crown. 3. In the present and in the future world. Amen. 47. He who wants to grapple with the demon of blasphemy in any other way is like a man trying to hold lightning in his hands, for how will you catch, or contend and grapple with one who bursts into the heart suddenly like the wind, utters words quicker than a flash, and immediately vanishes? All other enemies stop, wrestle, linger and give time to those who wish to struggle with them, but not this one. He has scarcely appeared, and he is gone, he has hardly said a word, and he is away. 48. This demon often likes to haunt the minds of simple and innocent people, and they are more upset and bewildered by it than others. We can certainly say of them that all this happens to them not from self-esteem but from the envy of the demons. 49. We ought to stop judging and condemning our neighbor, and then blasphemous thoughts will not alarm us, for the former is the occasion and root of the latter. 50. As one who is shut up in his house hears the words of passers-by without joining in their conversation, so the soul keeping to itself and overhearing the diabolical blasphemies is troubled by what is said by the demon passing by it. 51. He who despises this foe is delivered from its torture, but he who contrives some other way to wage war with it will end by submitting to it. He who wishes to conquer the spirits with words is like one trying to lock up the winds. 52. One careful monk who was troubled by this demon wore out his flesh for 20 years by fasts and vigils, but as he felt no benefit, he wrote his temptation on a card and went to a certain holy man and gave him the card and bowed his face to the earth, not daring to look up. As soon as the elder had read it he smiled and, raising the brother, he said to him, Lay your hand on my neck, son. And when the brother had done that, the great man said, On my neck, brother, be this sin, for as many years as it may or may not be active in you, only after this, ignore it. And this monk assured me that even before he had left the elder's cell, his infirmity had gone. The man who had been tempted in this way told me this himself, offering thanksgiving to God. He who has won the victory over this infirmity, has banished pride. Step 24 on meekness, simplicity, guilelessness which come not from nature but from habit, and about malice. 1. The morning light precedes the sun, and the precursor of all humility is meekness. Therefore let us hear in what order the light arranges these virtues, for he says, Learn of me, for I am meek and humble in heart. For so then before looking at the sun, which is humility, we must be illumined by the light, which is meekness, and then we can look with a clear gaze at the sun, for it is impossible, absolutely impossible, to gaze upon the sun before we have experienced that light, as we have learnt from the order in which the Lord has put these virtues. 2. Meekness is an unchangeable state of mind, which remains the same in honor and dishonor. 1 Saint. Matthew 4, 9, 2 Saint. Matthew 4, 10, 3 Psalm 7, 17, 4 Saint. Matthew 11, 29, 81. 3. Meekness consists in praying calmly and sincerely for a troublesome neighbor. 4. Meekness is a rock overlooking the sea of irritability, which breaks all the waves that dash against it yet remains completely unmoved. 5. Meekness is the buttress of patience, the door, or rather, the mother of love, and the foundations of discernment, for it is said, "The Lord will teach the meek his way." 1. It prepares us for the forgiveness of sins, it is boldness in prayer, an abode of the Holy Spirit. But to whom shall I look? Even to him that is meek and quiet. 2:6. Meekness is the fellow worker of obedience, the guide of the brotherhood, a curb for the furious, a check to the irritable, a minister of joy, the imitation of Christ, something proper to angels, shackles for demons, a shield against peevishness. 7. In meek hearts the Lord finds rest, but a turbulent soul is a seat of the devil. 8. The meek shall inherit the earth, 3 or rather shall exercise dominion over it, but bad-tempered folk will be harried out of their land. 9. A meek soul is a throne of simplicity, but an angry mind is a creator of evil. 10. A quiet soul makes room for words of wisdom, for the Lord will guide the meek in judgment, 4 or rather, in discretion. 11. An upright soul is a fellow lodger with humility, but an evil one is a daughter of pride. 12. The souls of the meek are filled with knowledge, but an angry mind is a denizen of darkness and ignorance. 13. An angry man and an impostor met one another, and it was impossible to find a true word in their conversation. Unveiling the heart of the former you will find frenzy, looking into the soul of the other you will see malice. 14. Simplicity is a constant habit of soul that has become immune to evil thinking. 15. Evil is a science, or rather, a diabolical deformity, bereft of truth and thinking it can hide that fact from public notice. 5:16. Hypocrisy is a contrary state of body and soul interwoven with every kind of subterfuge. 17. Guilelessness is a joyous state of soul far removed from all ulterior motive. 18. Honesty is unmeddling thought, sincere character, frank and unpremeditated speech. 19. Innocent is he whose soul is in its natural purity as it was created, and who makes intercession for all. 20. Malice is a perversion of honesty, a deceitful way of thinking, falsely screened by affability, false oaths, ambiguous words, dissimulation of heart, an abyss of cunning, deceit that has become a habit, conceit turned into nature, a foe to humility, a pretense of penitence, diminution of mourning, hostility to confession, willfulness, an agent of false, a hindrance to resurrection, a smiling at offenses, affected frowning, false reverence, diabolical life. 1 Psalm 24, 9, 2 Isaiah 2, 3 St. Matthew v. 5, 4 Psalm 24, 9, 5. From this paragraph till the end of the step there is much dislocation of the text, and the order varies in different manuscripts. 82. 21. An evil person is a namesake and companion of the devil, that is why the Lord taught us so to name the devil, saying, "Deliver us from the evil one." 122. Let us run from the precipice of hypocrisy and from the pit of duplicity, hearing him who said, "Evildoers shall be destroyed." 2. As the green herb they shall quickly wither. 3. For such folk are food for demons. 23. God is called love, and also justice, that is why the wise man for in the Song of Songs says to the pure heart, "Justice has loved thee." 5. Also the father of the wise man says, "Good and just is the Lord." 6. And of those who are his namesakes he says that they are saved, who saves the upright of heart. 7. And again, his countenance sees and visits those who are honest and just. 8:24. The first property of the age of childhood is uniform simplicity, and as long as Adam had it, he did not see the nakedness of his soul, or the indecency of his flesh. 25. Excellent too is that simplicity which is in some by nature, yes, and blessed, but not as much as that which is grafted in with toil and trouble after repenting from sin, for the former is sheltered and protected from much affectation and passion, but the latter leads to the highest humility and meekness. The former has not much reward, but the latter, infinite, infinite. 26. Let all of us who wish to attract the Lord to ourselves draw near to him as disciples to the Master, simply, without hypocrisy, without duplicity or guile, not out of idle curiosity. He himself is simple and absolute, and he wants souls that come to him to be simple and innocent, for you will surely never see simplicity separated from humility. 27. The evil man is a false prophet who thinks that from words he can catch thoughts, and from outward appearance, dispositions of the heart. 28. I have seen honest souls who learnt to be evil from evil people, and I wondered how they could lose their natural disposition and superiority so soon. But it is as easy for the honest to fall from grace, as it is difficult to change the dishonest. But through exile, obedience and guarding of the lips have often had great power, and have wonderfully restored the incurable. 29. If knowledge puffs up many people, simplicity and lack of learning can perhaps in the same measure humble them. All the same there are here and there people who pride themselves on their ignorance. 30. The thrice blessed and most simple Paul was a clear example for us, for he was the rule and type of blessed simplicity, for no one, absolutely no one, has ever seen or heard or could see so much progress made in so short a time. 31. A simple-hearted monk is like a rational dumb animal, who lays his burden on his director. An animal does not answer back his master who yokes him, nor does an honest soul do this with his superior, but follows wherever he is led. Though sent to the slaughter, he could make no protest. 32. It is hard for the rich to enter the kingdom of heaven. 9. And equally hard for those who are foolishly wise to enter simplicity. 33. A fall has often corrected the clever, giving them salvation and innocence in spite of themselves. 1 Saint Matthew vi, 13, 2 Psalm 36, 9, 3 Psalm 36, 2, 4 that is, Solomon, 5 Song of Songs, I, 3, 6 Psalm 24, 8, 7 Psalm 7, 11, 8 cf. Psalm X, 8, 9 Saint Matthew 19, 23, 83, 34. Struggle to elude your own prudence, and by so doing you will find salvation and honesty through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. He who has the strength for this step, let him take courage, for he has become an imitator of Christ his Master and has been saved. Step 25 on the destroyer of the passions, most sublime humility, which is rooted in spiritual feeling. 1. He who thinks that it is possible to use the visible word in order to describe the sensation and effect of the love of the Lord exactly, holy humility gracefully, blessed purity truly, divine enlightenment clearly, the fear of God honestly, assurance of heart sincerely, and imagines that by his description of things of this kind he will enlighten those who have never actually experienced them, is like a man who by words and comparisons wants to give an idea of the sweetness of honey to people who have never tasted it, but just as the latter talks in vain, not to say babbles, so the former either gives the impression of having no experience of what he is talking about, or else has become the mere toy of vainglory. 1-2. This subject sets a treasure before us as a touchstone, preserved in earthen vessels, that is to say in our bodies, and it is of a quality that baffles all description. This treasure has one inscription which is incomprehensible because it comes from above, and those who try to explain it with words give themselves great and endless trouble, and the inscription runs thus: Holy Humility. 3. Let all who are led by the Spirit of God enter with us into this spiritual and wise gathering, holding in their spiritual hands the God-inscribed tablets of knowledge. We have met, we have investigated, and we have probed the meaning of this precious inscription, and one said, it too means constant oblivion of one's achievements. Another, it is the acknowledgement of oneself as the last of all and the greatest sinner of all. And another, the mind's recognition of one's weakness and impotence. Another again, in fits of rage it means to forestall one's neighbor and be first to stop the quarrel. And again another, recognition of divine grace and divine mercy. And again another, the feeling of a contrite soul, and the renunciation of one's own will. But when I had listened to all this and had attentively and soberly considered it, I found that I had not been able to comprehend the blessed sense of that virtue from what had been said, Therefore, last of all, having gathered what fell from the lips of those learned and blessed fathers as a dog gathers the crumbs that fall from the table, I too gave my definition of it and said, humility is a nameless grace in the soul, its name known only to those who have learned it by experience. It is unspeakable wealth, a name and gift from God, for it is said, learn not from an angel, not from man, and not from a book, but from me, that is, from the indwelling, from my illumination and action in you, for I am meek and humble in heart and in thought and in spirit, and your soul shall find rest from conflicts and relief from arguments. 3-4. The appearance of this sacred vine is one thing during the winter of the passions, another in the spring of fruit blossom, yet another in the actual harvest of the virtues, yet all these different stages concur in gladness and fruit-bearing, and therefore they all have their own signs and sure evidence of fruit to come, for as soon as the cluster of holy humility begins to blossom within us, we at once begin, though with an effort, to hate all human glory and praise, and to banish from ourselves irritation and anger, in proportion as this queen of virtues makes progress in our soul by spiritual growth, so we regard all the good deeds accomplished by us as nothing, or rather as an abomination, assuming that. One saint, John Chrysostom says, the gifts of God are so great that people can scarcely ever believe it, and it is not surprising if they cannot understand them till they know by experience. On 1 Timothy, Homily 4:2 that is humility, 3 Saint Matthew 11:29, 84. Every day we add more and more to the unknown burden of our dissipation. We suspect the very abundance of the divine gifts showered upon us to be beyond our deserts and to aggravate our punishment, so our mind remains unruffled, reposing securely in the casket of modesty, only hearing the knocks and jeers of the thieves, without being subject to any of their threats, because modesty is an inviolable safe. 5. Thus we have ventured in a few words to philosophize about the blossoming and growth of this ever-flourishing fruit, but what is the perfect reward of this holy virtue? You who are near the Lord must ask the Lord himself. It is impossible to gauge the quantity of this holy wealth, and to explain its quality is still more impossible. However, as regards its distinguishing characteristics, we must try to express the thought that comes to our mind. 6. Painstaking repentance, mourning cleansed of all impurity, and holy humility in beginners, are as different and distinct from each other as yeast and flour from bread. By open repentance the soul is broken and refined, it is brought to a certain unity, I will even say a commingling with God, by means of the water of genuine sorrow. Then, kindled by the fire of the Lord, blessed humility becomes bred and is made firm without the leaven of pride. Therefore when this holy threefold corridor, rather, heavenly rainbow, unites into one power and activity, it acquires its own effects and properties, and whatever you name as a sign of one of them, is a token also of another, and so I shall try to prove what I have just said by a brief demonstration. 7. The first and paramount property of this excellent and admirable Trinity is the acceptance of indignity with the greatest pleasure, when the soul receives it with outstretched hands and welcomes it as something that relieves and cauterizes diseases of the soul and great sins. The second property is the loss of all bad temper, and modesty at its appeasement. The third and highest degree is a true distrust of one's good qualities and a constant desire to learn. 8. The end of the law and the prophets is Christ for the righteousness of every believer. 1. And the end of the impure passions is vainglory and pride for everyone who does not deal with this matter, but their destroyer, the spiritual stag, 2. Keeps him who lives with it immune from all deadly poison, for where can the poison of hypocrisy appear in humility? Where is the poison of calumny, and where will a snake nestle and hide? Will it not rather be drawn out of the earth of the heart and be killed and destroyed? 9. In union with humility it is impossible that there should be any appearance of hatred, or any kind of dispute, or even a sniff of disobedience, unless perhaps faith is called in question. 10. He who has taken humility as his bride is above all gentle, kind, full of compunction, sympathetic, calm, bright, compliant, inoffensive, wide awake, not indolent and, why say more, free from passion, for the Lord remembered us in our humility, and delivered us from our enemies. 3. And our passions and impurities. 11. A humble monk will not meddle with mysteries, but a proud one will pry into judgments. 4:12. The demons praised one of the most discerning brothers, appearing to him in visible form, but this most wise man said to them, If you cease to praise me through the thoughts of my heart, I shall conclude from your departure that I am great, but if you continue to praise me, from your very praise I shall guess my impurity, for every proud-hearted man is unclean before the Lord. 5. And so either go away from me, and then I shall become great, or else praise me and through you I shall obtain more humility. Struck with bewilderment, they immediately vanished from sight. 1:1 Romans, x. 4, 2 That is humility, Psalms lit. 1, 3 Psalm cxxxv, 23, 4, 4 The ways of God, 5 Proverbs 16, 5, 85. 13. May your soul not be a pond of the river of life, a pond which is sometimes full and sometimes dried up from the heat of glory and exaltation, but may it become a fountain of dispassion ever welling up into a river of poverty. 1:14. Know, beloved, that the valleys shall stand deep in corn too and spiritual fruit. This valley is a soul low and humble among the mountains, that is, it is filled with labors and virtues, and always remains lowly and steadfast. David did not say, I have fasted, I have kept vigil, or I have lain on the bare earth, but I humbled myself, and soon the Lord saved me. 3:15. Repentance raises the fallen, mourning knocks at the gate of heaven, and holy humility opens it, but I affirm this and I worship Trinity in unity, and unity in Trinity. 16. All visible things get their light from the sun, and all that is done according to reason gets its force from humility. Where there is no light, everything is dark, where there is no humility, all that we have is rotten. 17. In the whole universe there is one place 4 that has only once seen the sun, and there is one thought 5 which has often given birth to humility, and there was one day only on which the whole world rejoiced. 6. And there is one virtue only which the demons cannot imitate. 7:18. It is one thing to exalt oneself, another not to exalt oneself, and another to humble oneself. One person may be always judging others, another does not judge others, but he does not condemn himself. A third, although he is innocent, is always passing judgment on himself. 19. It is one thing to be humble, another to strive for humility, and another to praise the humble. The first belongs to the perfect, the second to the truly obedient, and the third to all the faithful. 20. He who has humbled himself within will not be cheated by his lips, for what is not in the treasury cannot be brought out through this door. 21. A horse when alone often imagines that it is galloping, but when it is with others it finds out how slow it is. 22. It is a sign of the beginning of health when our thought no longer prides itself on its natural gifts, but as long as it has that stench in its nose, it cannot detect the fragrance of myrrh. 23. Holy humility said, My lover will not rebuke, or judge, or rule, or display his wisdom, until he has attained union with me, for when he is united with me, the law is no longer applicable to him. 9:24. The foul fiend whispered praise into the heart of an ascetic who was striving for blessed humility, but by divine inspiration he contrived to conquer the guile of the spirits by a pious ruse. He rose and wrote on the wall of his cell the names of the highest virtues in order, that is, perfect love, angelic humility, pure prayer, inviolable chastity and others like these, and so when thoughts of vainglory began to praise him, he said to them, Let us go and be judged. Then, going to the wall, he read the names and cried to himself, When you possess all these, then you will know how far you still are from God. 25. We cannot describe the power and essence of this sun, humility, but from its properties and effects we can explain its intrinsic nature. 1 cf. Saint Matthew v. 3, Saint John 4, 14, 2 Psalm xiv, 14, 3 Psalm cxv, 5, 4 that is the floor of the Red Sea, 5 perhaps the thought of death, the last judgment or Christ's passion, 6 this might be either the day of Christ's resurrection or of his nativity, 7 the one virtue inaccessible to the demons is humility, 8 that is pride, 9 cf. 1 Timothy I, 9, 86. 26. Humility is a divine shelter to prevent us from seeing our achievements. Humility is an abyss of self-abasement, inaccessible to any thief. Humility is a strong tower against the face of the enemy. 1 The enemy shall not prevail against him, nor shall the son, or rather, the thought of iniquity do him evil, and he will cut off his enemies from his face and will conquer them that hate him. 227. Besides all the distinguishing properties indicated above, the great possessor of this wealth also has others in his soul, and all these properties except one are visible signs of this wealth. You will know with certainty that you have this holy possession within you by an abundance of unspeakable light, by an unutterable love for prayer, and before this is attained, by a heart that does not judge the faults of others, and the precursor of what has been said is hatred of all vainglory. 28. He who has got to know himself by discerning each feeling of his soul has sown on earth, but those who have not thus sown cannot expect humility to blossom in them. 29. He who has come to know himself has obtained an understanding of the fear of the Lord, and he who has walked by the aid of this fear, has reached the door of love. 30. Humility is the door of the kingdom that introduces those who draw near to it, and I think that the Lord was speaking of this door when he said, "He shall enter and shall pass out of life without fear, and shall find pasture and green grass in paradise." All who have entered the monastic life by any other door are thieves and robbers of their own life. 331. We who wish to understand must not cease to examine this, and if our soul is sufficiently perceptive to realize that our neighbor is better in every respect than we are, then the divine mercy is near us. 32. It is impossible for snow to burst into flame, still more difficult is it for humility to dwell in an unorthodox person. This is something which the pious and faithful achieve, and then only when they have been purified. 33. Most of us call ourselves sinners, and perhaps really think it, but it is indignity that tests the heart. 34. He who is hastening to that tranquil harbor of humility will never cease to do all that he can and will drive himself on by words and thoughts and afterthoughts and various means, by investigations and researches, and by his whole life, by prayers and supplication, meditating and reflection, and using all imaginable means until with God's help and by abiding in humiliations and the most despised conditions and by toils he delivers the ship of his soul from the ever-recurring storms of the sea of vainglory, for he who is delivered from this sin, is easily pardoned all the rest of his sins, like the publican in the Gospel. 35. There are some who all their lives use the bad deeds previously done by them, and for which they had received forgiveness, as a motive for humility, thereby driving out their vain self-esteem. Others, having in mind Christ's passion, regard themselves always as debtors, others hold themselves cheap for their daily defects, others as a result of their besetting temptations, infirmities and sins have mortified their pride, others for want of graces have appropriated the mother of graces, that is humility. There are also people, if they still exist, who for the sake of the very gifts of God, in the measure that they receive them, humble themselves and so live as to account themselves unworthy of such wealth, and each day add it to their debt. Such is humility, such is beatitude, such is the perfect reward. 36. When you see or hear that someone has in a few years acquired the most sublime dispassion, then conclude that he traveled by no other way than by this blessed shortcut. 37. A holy team are love and humility, the one exalts, and the other, supporting the exalted ones, never allows it to fall. 1 Samuel x. 4, 2 Samuel xvei, 23, 4, 3 St. John x. 8, 9, 87. 38. Contrition is one thing, self-knowledge is another, humility is another. 39. Contrition is the result of a fall. He who falls is crushed and stands in prayer without boldness but with praiseworthy persistence, as one who is shattered, studying himself with the staff of hope and using it to drive off the dog of despair. 40. Self-knowledge is a true idea of one's spiritual growth and an unbroken remembrance of one's slightest sins. 41. Humility is the spiritual doctrine of Christ which is spiritually received in the closet of the soul by those who are counted worthy of it. It cannot be explained in visible words. 42. He who says that he fully feels the fragrance of such myrrh yet feels, when praised, even a momentary movement of the heart, or understands the force of the words, that man, let him make no mistake about it, is already mistaken. 43. Not unto us, O Lord, not unto us, but unto thy name give the glory. One I heard someone say with heartfelt conviction, for he knew that human nature cannot ordinarily abide in praise without loss. My praise shall be from thee in the great church, too, that is, in the future life, and before that I cannot accept it without danger to myself. 44. If the limit and rule and characteristic of extreme pride is for a man to feign such virtues as he does not possess for the sake of glory, then it follows that a sign of the deepest humility will be to cheapen ourselves by pretending to have faults that we do not possess. It was in this way that he behaved who took into his hands bread and cheese. 3. Likewise the exponent of purity who took off his clothes and, free of passion, went through the whole city. For such men care nothing for human censure, they have already received invisible power through prayer to reassure all. But he who is anxious about the former will show a lack of the latter. 5. When God is prepared to attend to our prayer, then we can do anything. 45. It is better to offend men than God. God rejoices when he sees us running to meet dishonor, so as to crush, strike and destroy our vain self-esteem. 46. Such virtues are the effect of flight from the world carried to the highest degree, for only the truly great can bear derision from their own people. Do not be surprised at what is said, for no one can climb a ladder in one stride. 47. By this shall all men know that we are God's disciples. 6. Not because the devils are subject to us, but because our names are written in the heaven of humility. 748. The natural property of the lemon tree is such that it lifts its branches upwards when it has no fruit, but the more the branches bend down the more fruit they bear. Those who have the mind to understand will grasp the meaning of this. 49. Holy humility obtains from God the power to bear fruit 30-fold, 60-fold and 100-fold. 8. The dispassionate attain to the last degree, the courageous to the middle, and all can rise to the first. 50. He who has come to know himself is never tricked into undertaking what is beyond him, but keeps his feet safely on the blessed path of humility. 1 Psalm Xi. 9, 2 Psalm 21, 26, 3 Abbas Simeon, Authentic Tales of the Ascetic Labors of the Holy Fathers, 74, 4 Abbas Serapion, cf. Palladius, Lausiac History, ch. 72, 5 That is to say, he who is afraid of human criticism will lack power in prayer. 6 St. John 13, 35, 7 St. Luke x. 20. 8 cf. St. Matthew 13, 9, 88. 51. Birds fear the sight of a hawk, and those who practice humility fear the sound of argument. 52. Many have received salvation without prophecies and lights, without signs and wonders, but without humility no one will enter the marriage chamber, because humility is the guardian of these gifts, and without her they will bring frivolous people to ruin. 53. For those of us who do not wish to humble ourselves, the Lord has arranged in his providence that no one can see his faults as well as his neighbor does, so we are bound to give thanks for our healing not to ourselves but to our neighbor and to God. 54. The man of humble mind always loathes his own will as wayward, and in his requests to the Lord he studies with unwavering faith to learn and to obey. He does not direct his attention to the life of his masters but casts his care upon God, who used an ass to teach Balaam his duty. A worker of this kind, although he does everything and thinks and speaks according to the will of God, yet he never trusts himself. Self-confidence for the humble is just as much a weight and a burden as another man's choice is for the proud. 55. It seems to me that it is the property only of an angel never even secretly to commit sins, For I hear an earthly angel say, I know nothing against myself, yet am I not hereby justified, but he who examines me is the Lord. 1. Therefore we should unceasingly condemn and reproach ourselves so as to cast off involuntary sins through voluntary humiliations, otherwise, if we do not, at our departure we shall certainly be subjected to heavy punishment. 56. He who asks God for less than his desert will certainly receive more than he deserves. This is demonstrated by the publican who asked for forgiveness but received justification. 2. And the robber only asked to be remembered in his kingdom, but he inherited all paradise. 357. It is impossible to see fire, small or great, in any natural creature, and it is absolutely impossible that anything of a material nature should be found in sincere humility. As long as we fall into voluntary sins, there is not this humility in us, and that is the sign that there is still something material in us. 58. The Lord, knowing that the virtue of the soul is modeled on outward behavior, took it for and showed us how to walk the way of humility, for the soul becomes like its bodily occupations, it conforms itself to its activities and takes its shape from them. Sovereignty served as a ground for arrogance for one of the angels, although that was not why it was conferred on him. 59. He who sits on a throne has certain dispositions, and he who sits on a dunghill has others, and that is perhaps why that great saint sat on the dunghill outside the city, for then when he had obtained perfect humility he said with deep feeling, I abhor myself and melt away, and have accounted myself earth and ashes. 560. I find that man sinned as no other man has sinned by defiling the temple of God with idols and contaminating all the divine worship. If the whole world had undertaken a fast for him it could have made no reparation for this, but humility had power to remedy even what was incurable in him. If thou hadst desired sacrifice I would have given it, says David to God, but thou wilt not be pleased with holocausts, that is, with bodies consumed by fasting, the sacrifice for God, and everyone knows what follows. 6. 1 Corinthians 4:4, 2 cf. Saint. Luke 18:10, 3 cf. Saint. Luke 23:43, 4 John 13:4, 5 Jobs Lei, 6. The sacrifice for God is a contrite spirit, a contrite and humble heart God will not despise. Psalm 17:89. 61. I have sinned against the Lord. Blessed humility once cried to God after committing adultery and murder, and he soon heard, the Lord has put away thy sin. 162. The ever-memorable Fathers laid down that the way to humility and its foundations is bodily toil, and I would say obedience and honesty of heart, because they are naturally opposed to self-esteem. 63. If the pride of some of the angels made them demons, too no doubt humility can make angels out of demons, so those who have fallen may take courage. 64. Let us hasten with all our powers to fight our way to the crest of humility. Failing this, let us at least mount on her shoulders, and if our effort is not sufficient for this, let us at least not fall out of her arms, for I hardly think a man who falls out of them will receive any eternal gift. 65. The sinews of humility and its ways, but not its signs, are poverty, hidden withdrawal from the world, concealment of wisdom, simplicity of speech, asking of alms, hiding of nobility, banishment of familiarity, putting chatter out of court. 66. Nothing can so humble the soul as a state of destitution and a beggar's subsistence, for we only prove to be philosophers and lovers of God when, having the possibility of exaltation, we flee from it irrevocably. 67. If you take up arms against some passion, take humility as an ally, for she will tread upon the asp and basilisk, that is, sin and despair, and will trample underfoot the lion and serpent, 3 that is, the devil and the snake of the body. 68. Humility is a heavenly siphon which from the abyss of sins can raise the soul to heaven. 69. Someone saw in his heart the beauty of humility and, seized with amazement, asked her to tell him the name of her parent. Smiling joyfully and serenely at him, humility replied, "How is it you are in a hurry to know the name of my parent? He is nameless, and I cannot tell you until you possess God. To him be the glory forever and ever, Amen. The mother of the fountain is the deep sea, and the fountain of discernment is humility. Step 26 on discernment of thoughts, passions and virtues. 1. Discernment in beginners is true knowledge of themselves. In intermediate souls it is a spiritual sense that faultlessly distinguishes what is truly good from what is of nature and opposed to it, and in the perfect it is the knowledge which they possess by divine illumination, and which can enlighten with its lamp what is dark in others, or perhaps, generally speaking, discernment is, and is recognized as, the assured understanding of the divine will on all occasions, in every place and in all matters, and it is only found in those who are pure in heart, and in body and in mouth. 2. He who has piously destroyed within him the three passions 4 has destroyed the 5 too, but he who has been negligent about the former will not conquer even one passion. 3. Discernment is undefiled conscience and purity of feeling. 1-2 Kings 12:13, 2 cf. Isaiah 14:12, Ezekiel 28:17, 1 Timothy 3:6, Jude v. Revelation 12:9, 3 Psalm XC 13, 4 Gluttony, cupidity, vainglory, 5 Lust, anger, despair, despondency, pride. Saint Gregory of Sinai, ch. 91, 90. 4. Let no one on seeing or hearing something supernatural in the monastic way of life fall into unbelief out of ignorance, for where the supernatural God dwells, much that is supernatural happens. 5. Every satanic conflict in us comes from these three generic causes, either from negligence, or from pride, or from the envy of the demons. The first is pitiable, the second is disastrous, but the third is blessed. 6. After God, let us have our conscience as our aim and rule in all things, so that we may know which way the wind is blowing and set our sails accordingly. 7. In all our actions in which we try to please God, the demons dig 3 pits for us. In the first, they endeavor to prevent any good at all from being done. In the second, after their first defeat, they try to secure that it should not be done according to the will of God. But when these rogues fail in this too, then, standing quietly before our soul, they praise us for living a thoroughly godly life. The first is to be opposed by zeal and fear of death, the second by obedience and humiliation, and the third by unceasing self-condemnation. We shall be faced by toil of this kind until the divine fire enters into our sanctuary. 1. And then the force of bad habit will no longer exist in us. Our God is a fire consuming to all fever, of lust, and movement, of passion, every inclination rooted in us and all blindness and darkness within and without, both visible and spiritual. 8. The demons generally produce in us the opposite of what has just been said, for when they take possession of the soul and extinguish the light of the mind, then there is no longer in us poor wretches either sobriety, or discernment, or self-knowledge or shame, but there is indifference, lack of perception, want of discernment and blindness. 9. What has just been said is known very vividly by those who have subdued their lust in order to become chaste, who have curbed their freedom of speech and have changed from shamelessness to modesty. They know how after the sobering of the mind, after the ending of its blindness, or rather its maiming, they are inwardly ashamed of themselves for what they said and did before when they were living in blindness. 10. If the day in our soul does not draw to evening and grow dark, then the thieves will not come and rob and slay and ruin our soul. 11. Robbery is loss of property, robbery is doing what is not good as if it were good, robbery is unobserved captivity of the soul. The slaying of the soul is the death of the rational mind that has fallen into nefarious deeds. Ruin is despair of oneself following on breach of the law. 12. Let no one plead his incapacity to fulfill the commandments of the gospel, for there are souls who have gone even beyond the commandments, and you will certainly be convinced of what has been said by him who loved his neighbor more than himself and laid down his life for him, although he had not received this commandment from the Lord. 3:13. Those who have been humbled by their passions may take courage, For even if they fall into every pit and are trapped in all the snares and suffer all maladies, yet after their restoration to health they become physicians, beacons, lamps, and pilots for all, teaching us the habits of every disease and from their own personal experience able to prevent their neighbors from falling. 14. If some are still dominated by their former bad habits, and yet can teach by mere word, let them teach, but they should not have authority as well, for, perhaps, being put to shame by their own words, they will eventually begin to practice what they preach, and even if they do not begin, yet they may be able to help, as I saw happen with others who were stuck in the mud, bogged down as they were telling the passers-by how they had sunk there, explaining this for their salvation. So, 1 Samuel v. 16, 2 Hebrews 12, 23, 3 Abelio, who redeemed 3 captives, see John Mosses, Pratum Spiritual, ch. 111, 91. That they should not fall in the same way, however, for the salvation of others, the all-powerful God delivered them too from the mud, but if those who are possessed by passions voluntarily plunge into pleasures, let them teach by silence, for Jesus began both to do and to teach. 115, Perilous. Truly perilous is the sea that we humble monks are crossing, a sea in which there are many winds, rocks, whirlpools, pirates, hurricanes, shallows, monsters and waves. A rock in the soul we may consider to be fierce and sudden anger, a whirlpool is hopelessness which seizes the mind and strives to drag it to the depths of despair, a shallow is ignorance which accepts what is bad as good, a monster is this heavy and savage body. Pirates are the most dangerous servants of vainglory who rifle our cargo and the hard-won earnings of the virtues. A wave is a swollen and burdened stomach which by its greed hands us over to the beast. A hurricane is pride that casts us down from heaven, that carries us up to the sky and then down to the abyss. 16. Those engaged in education know what studies are suitable for beginners, what for the intermediate and what for teachers. Let us take sensible precautions not to prolong our study and stop in the beginner's lessons, for to see an old man going to a children's school is a great disgrace. 17. Here is an excellent alphabet for all: A. Obedience, M. Hard work, B. Fasting, N. Humiliation, C. Sackcloth, O. Contrition, D. Ashes, P. Forgetfulness of wrongs, E. Tears, Q. Brotherly love, F. Confession, R. Meekness, G. Silence, S. Simple and unquestioning faith, H. Humility, T. Freedom from worldly cares, I. Vigil, U. Hateless hatred of parents, J. Courage, V. Detachment, K. Cold, X. Innocent simplicity, L. Toil, Z. Voluntary abasement. 18. A good scheme for the advanced, and evidence of their progress is, absence of vainglory, freedom from anger, good hope, silence, discernment, firm remembrance of the judgment, compassion, hospitality, moderation in reproof, passionless prayer, disregard of self. 1 Acts I, 1, 92. 19. And here is a standard, rule and law for those in the flesh who are piously aiming at perfection in spirit and body: A. An unfettered heart, M. Fellow worshipper with angels, B. Perfect love, N. Abyss of knowledge, C. A well of humanity, O. House of mysteries, D. A detached mind, P. A keeper of secrets, E. Indwelling of Christ, Q. A savior of men, F. Security of the light of prayer, R. God of the demons, G. Abundance of divine illumination, S. Lord of the passions, H. A longing for death, T. Master of the body, I. Hatred of life, U. Controller of nature, J. Flight from the body, V. Banishment of sin, K. An intercessor for the world, X. House of dispassion, L. A forcer of God, Z. With the Lord's help an imitator of the Lord. 20. We have need of considerable vigilance when the body is sick, the demons, seeing us laid low and temporarily incapable of entering into the struggle with them owing to our infirmity, try to attack us fiercely at such times. The demon of irritation and sometimes of blasphemy hovers round those living in the world in time of illness, and the demon of gluttony and fornication attacks those living outside the world if they have an abundance of all necessaries, but if they are living in an ascetic way of life bereft of all consolation, then the tyrant of despondency and ingratitude is constantly sitting with them. 21. I noticed that the wolf of fornication added to the sufferings of the sick, and during their actual sufferings produced in them movements of the flesh and emissions, and it was astounding to see how the flesh rages and burns with desire amidst violent agonies, and I looked again and saw men lying in bed who were then and there comforted by the power of God or by a sense of compunction, and by this comfort they warded off the pain and reached such a frame of mind in which they never wanted to get rid of their sickness. And again I turned and saw those suffering severely who by illness were delivered from the passions of their soul as if by some penance, and I glorified him who cleansed clay by clay. 22. A spiritual mind is inevitably wrapped in spiritual understanding. 2. Whether it is in us or not, we must never stop seeking this understanding, and when it makes its appearance, the outward senses of their own accord cease their natural action. Knowing this, one of the wise said, "And thou shalt obtain a sense of the divine." 323. The monastic life in regard to deeds, words, thoughts and movements must be lived with heartfelt conviction, otherwise it will not be monastic life, let alone angelic life. 24. Divine providence is one thing, divine help is another, divine protection is another, divine mercy is another, and divine consolation is another. Providence is displayed in all nature, for help only in the 1 cf. Step 13, 1 ff. And see above, p. 52, note 187, 2 or, insight, cf. Philippians I, 9, where the word is rendered by AV, judgment, by RV, discernment, by Dewey understanding, by Knox perception, by Moffat and Phillips insight. 3. A Russian noter refers this passage to Saint Nilus of Sinai, died c. 450, who was a disciple of Saint John Chrysostom. 4. Another reading is Creation. 93. Faithful, protection in the faithful who truly have faith, mercy in those who serve God, and consolation in those who love Him. 25. Sometimes what serves as a medicine for one is poison for another, and sometimes something given to one and the same person at a suitable time serves as a medicine, but at the wrong time it is a poison. 26. I have seen an unskilled physician who, by subjecting a sick man who was contrite in spirit to dishonor, only drove him to despair, and I have seen a skilled physician who operated on an arrogant heart with the knife of dishonor, and drained it of all its evil-smelling pus. 27. I have seen one and the same sick man sometimes drink the medicine of obedience, move, walk and not sleep in order to cleanse his impurity, and sometimes, when the eye of his soul was sick, remain without movement, noiseless and silent. He who has ears to hear, let him hear. 28. Some, I know not why, for I have not learned to pry conceitedly into the gifts of God, are by nature, I might say, prone to temperance, or silence, or purity, or modesty, or meekness, or contrition, but others, although almost their own nature itself resists them in this, to the best of their power force themselves, and though they occasionally suffer defeat yet, as men struggling with nature, they are in my opinion higher than the former. 29. Do not boast, man, of the wealth you have obtained without labor, for the bestower, foreseeing your great hurt, and infirmity, and ruin, at least saves you to some extent by those unmerited gifts. 30. Instruction in childhood, education, studies, when we come of age either help or hinder us in virtue and in the monastic way of life. 31. Angels are a light for monks, and the monastic life is a light for all men, therefore let monks strive to become a good example in everything, giving no occasion of stumbling in anything one in all their works and words, for if the light becomes darkness, how much darker will be that darkness, that is, those living in the world. 32. If you will listen to me, you who are willing to do so, it is best for us not to be versatile and not to split our wretched soul into detachments, and not to challenge to battle with oneself thousands and myriads of the enemies. 2. For it is not in our power to comprehend or even to discover all their hosts. 33. With the help of the Holy Trinity, let us battle with 3 against 3. 3 Otherwise we shall make much toil for ourselves. 34. If he who turned the sea into dry land 4 really abides in us, then our Israel too, that is, the mind that beholds God, will certainly cross this sea untossed, and will see the Egyptians sunk in the waters of tears. But if he has not yet made his abode in us, who will stand the roaring of the waves 5 of this sea, that is of our flesh. 35. If through our activity God rises in us, his enemies will be scattered, and if we draw near to him by contemplation, those who hate him will flee from his face. 6 And ours. 36. Let us try to learn divine truth more by toil and sweat than by mere word, for at the time of our departure it is not words but deeds that will have to be shown. 37. Those who hear of treasure hidden in a certain place seek it and, having discovered it, take trouble to keep what they have found, but those who get rich without trouble readily squander their possessions. 1-2 Corinthians vi. 3, 2 cf. Psalm xc. 7. 3 Poverty, chastity, obedience against cupidity, sensuality, ambition. 4 Psalm lxv. 6, 5 Psalm lxiv. 8, 6 Psalm lxvi. 1. 94. 38. It is difficult to overcome former bad habits, and those who keep on adding further new ones to them either fall into despair or get no benefit at all from obedience, but I know that to God all things are possible, and to him nothing is impossible. 139. Certain people asked me a question difficult to solve and which is beyond the powers of anyone like me, and is not to be found in any of the books that have reached me, for they said, what are the particular offspring of the 8 deadly sins, or which of the 3 chief sins is the father of the other 5 minor sins? But by pleading praiseworthy ignorance as regards this difficulty, I learnt from the holy men the following: the mother of lust is gluttony, and the mother of despondency is vainglory. Sorrow and also anger are the offspring of those 3, that is cupidity, sensuality, ambition, and the mother of pride is vainglory. 40. In reply to this statement of those ever memorable fathers, I began again earnestly to ask them to tell me about the pedigree of the 8 sins, which exactly are born from which, and these dispassionate men kindly instructed me, saying, the irrational passions have no order or reason, but they have every sort of disorder and every kind of chaos. And the blessed fathers confirmed this by convincing examples and supplied many proofs, some of which we are including in the present chapter, in order to draw light from them in judging the rest. 41. The sort of thing I mean is this: untimely jesting is sometimes born of lust, and sometimes of vainglory, when a man impiously puts on a pious air, and sometimes too of luxury. 42. Much sleep is born sometimes of luxury, and sometimes of fasting, when those who fast are proud of it, and sometimes of despondency, and sometimes from nature. 43. Talkativeness is born sometimes of gluttony, and sometimes of vainglory. 44. Despondency is born sometimes of luxury, and sometimes of lack of fear of God. 45. Blasphemy is properly the offspring of pride, but it is often born of condemnation of our neighbor for the same thing, or of the untimely envy of the demons. 46. Hardness of heart sometimes comes from overeating, often from coldness and attachment, and again attachment comes sometimes from lust, or from avarice, or from gluttony, or from vainglory, and from many other causes. 47. Malice is born of conceit and anger. 48. Hypocrisy comes from self-satisfaction and willfulness. 49. All the contrary virtues are born of parents contrary to these, but without enlarging on the subject, for I should not have time if I were to inquire into them all one by one, I will merely say that for all the passions mentioned above, the remedy is humility, Those who have obtained that virtue have won the whole fight. 50. The mother of all the vices is pleasure and malice. He who has them within him will not see the Lord, and abstinence from the first will bring but little benefit without abstinence from the second. 51. As an example of the fear of the Lord, let us take the fear that we feel in the presence of rulers and wild beasts, and as an example of desire for God, let carnal love serve as a model for you. There is nothing against taking examples of the virtues from what is contrary. 52. The present generation is seriously corrupt and all full of pride and hypocrisy. In bodily labors it perhaps reaches the level of our ancient fathers, but it is not graced with their gifts, though I think nature never had such need of spiritual gifts as now, and we have got what we deserve, for God is manifested not in labors but in simplicity and humility, and if the power of the Lord is made perfect in weakness, the Lord will certainly not reject a humble worker. 1 cf. Jobsley, 2, St. Luke I, 37, etc. 95. 53. When we see one of our athletes in Christ in bodily suffering and infirmity, let us not maliciously seek to learn the explanation of his illness, but rather with simple and genuine love let us try to heal him as though he were part of our own body, and as a fellow warrior wounded in the fray. 54. Sickness is sometimes for the cleansing of sins, and sometimes to humble our mind. 55. When our good and all-gracious Lord and Master sees people too lazy in their exercises, he lays their flesh low with sickness, an exercise that gives them no labor, and sometimes it also cleanses the soul from evil thoughts or passions. 56. All that happens to us, seen or unseen, can be taken by us in a good or a passionate or some middle disposition. I saw 3 brethren punished, one was angry, one suppressed his grief, but the third reaped the fruit of great joy. 57. I have seen farmers who were casting the same seeds on the earth, yet each had his own special intention. One was thinking of paying his debts, another wanted to get rich, another wished to honor the Lord with his gifts, another's aim was to get praise for his good work from the passers-by on the way of life, another desired to annoy his neighbor who was envious of him, and another did not want to be reproached by people for idleness. Here are the names of those seeds cast to the earth by the farmers: fasting, vigil, alms, services and the like. Let our brethren in the Lord carefully test their intentions. 58. In drawing water from a well we sometimes without noticing it bring up a frog with the water, and so in acquiring the virtues we often get involved in the vices that are imperceptibly entwined with them. The kind of thing I mean is that gluttony is entangled with hospitality, lust with love, cunning with discernment, malice with thoughtfulness, duplicity, procrastination, laziness, contradiction, willfulness and disobedience with meekness, contempt of instruction with silence, conceit with joy, indolence with hope, harsh judgment with love again, despondency and sloth with quietness, acerbity with chastity, familiarity with humility, and behind them all one as a general salve, or rather poison, follows vainglory. 59. We should not be distressed if in asking the Lord for something we remain for a time unheard. It would have pleased the Lord if all men in a single moment had become dispassionate, only his foresight told him that this would not be for their good. 60. All who ask and do not obtain their requests from God, are denied for one of the following reasons, either because they ask at the wrong time, or because they ask unworthily and vaingloriously, or because if they received they would become conceited, or finally, because they would become negligent after obtaining their request. 61. No one, I think, would doubt that the demons and passions leave the soul either for a time or entirely, but few know the reasons why they go away from us. 62. Some of the faithful, and even of the unfaithful, have been deserted by the passions, all except one, and that one has been left as a paramount evil which fully takes the place of all the others, for it is so harmful that it can even cast down from heaven. 63. The spent material of the passions is destroyed by the divine fire, and while this material is being uprooted and the soul purified the passions all retire, that is, if the man himself does not attract them again by worldly habits and indolence. 64. Demons leave us of their own accord so as to lead us to carelessness, and then suddenly carry off our wretched soul, one that is all the virtues. 96. 65. I know another way in which those beasts slink off. They go after the soul has thoroughly acquired the habits of vice and is its own betrayer and enemy. Infants are an example of what has been said, for, when weaned from their mother's breasts, from long-standing habit they suck their fingers. 66. I know also a fifth kind of spiritual dispassion which comes from great simplicity and praiseworthy innocence, for on such people help is justly bestowed by God, who saves the true of heart one and imperceptibly rids them of all vice, just as infants, when undressed, are quite unaware of it. 67. Vice or passion is not originally planted in nature, for God is not the creator of passions, but there are in us many natural virtues from him, among which are certainly the following: mercy, for even the pagans are compassionate; love, for even dumb animals often weep at the loss of one another; faith, for we all give birth to it of ourselves; hope, for we lend, and sail, and so, hoping for the best. 2. So if, as has been shown, love is a natural virtue in us, and is the bond 3 and fulfillment of the law, 4, then it follows that the virtues are not far from nature, and those who plead their inability to practice them ought to be ashamed. 68. Above nature are chastity, freedom from anger, humility, prayer, vigil, fasting, constant compunction. Some of them men teach us, others angels, and of others the teacher and giver is God the Word himself. 69. When confronted by evils, we should choose the least. For instance, it often happens that we are standing at prayer, and brothers come to us, and we have to do one of two things: either to stop praying, or to grieve the brother by leaving him without an answer. Love is greater than prayer, because prayer is a particular virtue, but love embraces all the virtues. 70. Once long ago, when I was still young, I came to a town or village, and while sitting at table I was attacked by thoughts of gluttony and vainglory, both at once. Fearing the offspring of gluttony, I decided that it was better to yield to vainglory, for I knew that in the young the demon of gluttony often conquers the demon of vainglory, and this is not surprising. In people of the world the root of all evil is love of money, but in monks it is gluttony. 71. Often divine providence leaves certain slight passions in spiritual people, so that by unsparingly condemning themselves for those trifling and venial defects they may obtain that wealth of humility which none can steal. 72. It is impossible for those who have not first lived in obedience to obtain humility, for everyone who has learned an art on his own fancies himself. 73. The Fathers state that the active life consists in two virtues of the most general kind, in fasting and obedience, and rightly, for the first destroys sensuality, and the other reinforces this destruction with humility. That is why mourning also has a double power, for it destroys sin and produces humility. 74. To the pious it is natural to give to everyone who asks, and to the more pious to give even to him who does not ask, but not to demand a thing back from the person who took it, especially when they have the chance, is characteristic perhaps only of the dispassionate. 75. In every passion, and also in the virtues, let us critically examine ourselves. Where are we, at the beginning, or in the middle, or at the end? 76. All the attacks which we suffer from the demons come from these three causes: from sensuality, or from pride, or from the envy of the demons. The last are blessed, the middle are very pitiful, but the first are failures till the end. 1 Psalm 7, 10. 2 Another reading is, to get rich. 3 cf. Ephesians 4, 3, Colossians 3, 14, 4 Romans 13, 10. 97. 77. There is a certain feeling, or rather habit, called endurance of hardship. He who possesses it will never fear pain, labor or hardship, or turn aside from such. Upheld by this glorious grace, the souls of the martyrs recklessly despise their tortures. 78. The guarding of the thoughts is one thing, and the custody of the mind is another. As far as the east is from the west, so much higher is the latter than the former, even if it is more laborious. 79. It is one thing to pray for deliverance from bad thoughts, another to contradict them, another to despise and disregard them. Of the first way he bears testimony who said, O God, come to my help. 2. Of the second, he who said, and to those who reproach me I will make contradictory answer. 3. And again, thou hast made us a contradiction to our neighbors. 4. Of the third the witness is the psalmist, I was dumb, and opened not my mouth. 5. And, I put a bridle on my mouth, when the sinner was before me. 6. And again, the proud have broken the law to excess, but I have not swerved from thy contemplation. 7. He who stands on the middle step will often make use of the first of these means through being taken unawares, but he who stands on the first step is not in a position to ward off his enemies by the second means, but he who has reached the third step spurns the demons altogether. 80. Naturally it is impossible for a bodiless being to be confined by a body, but for a person who has God everything is possible. 81. Just as those whose sense of smell is healthy can tell who has hidden perfumes, so the pure soul can recognize in others both the fragrance which he himself has obtained from God and the stench from which he has been freed, though this is imperceptible to others. 82. It is impossible for all to become dispassionate, but it is not impossible for all to be saved and reconciled to God. 83. Take care that you are not mastered by foreigners, those thoughts which urge you to be inquisitive about the ineffable judgments of divine providence or the visions that people have which secretly suggest that the Lord is partial, for they are the offspring of self-esteem, and are known as such. 84. There is a demon of avarice which often apes humility, and there is a demon of vainglory, and one of sensuality too, which both urge to almsgiving. However, if we are clear of them both, we should not stand our acts of mercy wherever we are. 85. Some have said that demons work against demons, but I know that they all seek our destruction. 86. Our own strong desire and intention, with God's cooperation, precede every spiritual action both visible and mental, for if the first has not paved the way, the second is apartment not to follow. 87. If there is a time for everything under heaven, 8 as the preacher says, and by the word everything must be understood what concerns our holy life, then if you please let us look into it and let us seek to do at each time what is proper for that occasion, for it is certain that for those who enter the lists there is a time for dispassion. I say this for the combatants who are serving their apprenticeship, there is a time for tears, and a time for hardness of heart, there is a time for obedience, and there is a time to command, there is a time to fast, and a time to partake. There is a time for battle with our enemy the body, and a time when the fire is dead. 9 A time of spiritual storm, and a time of spiritual calm, a time for heartfelt sorrow, and a time for spiritual joy, a time for teaching and a time for listening, a time of 1 Psalm 12, 2 Psalm 6, 1, 3 Psalm VEI, 42, 4 Psalm 6, 7, 5 Psalm 38, 10, 6 Psalm 38, 2, 7 Psalm VEI, 51, 8 Ecclesiastes 3, 1, 9 Lit. A time of the death of burning. 98. Pollutions, perhaps on account of conceit, and a time of cleansing by humility, a time for struggle, and a time for safe relaxation, a time for quiet, and a time for undistracted distraction, a time for unceasing prayer, and a time for sincere service. So let us not be deceived by proud zeal and seek prematurely what will come in its own good time, that is, we should not seek in winter what comes in summer, or at seed time what comes at harvest, because there is a time to sow labors, and a time to reap the unspeakable gifts of grace, otherwise we shall not receive even in season what is proper to that season. 88. By the ineffable providence of God some have received holy returns for their toiling before their labors, some during their labors, some after labors, and some at the time of their death. It is a question which of them was rendered more humble. 89. There is a despair that is the consequence of a multitude of sins, of a burdened conscience and unbearable sorrow because the soul is covered with a multitude of wounds and it sinks under the burden of them into the depth of despair. And there is another kind of sorrow that comes to us from pride and conceit, When someone considers that he has not deserved a fall that he has had, the observant will find the distinguishing feature of each: the one coolly gives way to indifference, the other in despair still clings to his struggle, which does not accord with his state. The former is cured by temperance and good hope, and the latter by humility and the habit of not judging anyone. 90. It should not surprise us or seem to us strange when we see that some do bad deeds under cover of good words, for perhaps even in paradise the snake was destroyed by overwhelming conceit. 91. In all your undertakings and in every way of life, whether you are living in obedience, or are not submitting your work to anyone, whether in outward or in spiritual matters, let this be your rule and practice, to ask yourself, am I really doing this in accordance with God's will? For example, when we, beginners, carry out some task and the humility acquired from this action is not added to our soul, then in my opinion, be the matter great or small, we are not doing it according to God, for in us who are still young in the spiritual life, growth in humility is the fulfillment of the Lord's will, and for those who have reached a middle state perhaps the test is the cessation of inner conflicts, and for the perfect, an increase and abundance of the divine light. 92. Even a small thing can be not small to the great, but to the small, even great things are not altogether perfect. 93. When the air is cleared of clouds, the sun shines brightly, and a soul freed from its former habits and granted forgiveness has certainly seen the divine light. 94. Sin is one thing, idleness another, indifference another, passion another and a fall another. He who is able to investigate this in the Lord, let him seek clearly. 95. Some praise above all the gift of miracle working and the visible spiritual gifts, not knowing that there are many higher than this which are hidden and which therefore remain secure. 96. He who is perfectly purified sees the soul of his neighbor, although not the actual substance of the soul, and can tell its state, but he who progresses further can judge the state of the soul from the body. 97. A small fire often destroys a whole forest, so too a small flaw spoils all our labor. 98. There is a rest from hostility which awakens the power of the mind without stirring the fire of passion, and there is an exhaustion of the body, which perhaps excites even movements in the flesh, so that we should not trust in ourselves, but should trust in God, who, without our knowledge, mortifies the lust living in us. 99. When we see that some love us in the Lord, then we should not allow ourselves to be especially free with them, for nothing is so likely to destroy love and produce hatred as familiarity. 1-2 Corinthians I, 9. 99. 100. The eye of the soul is spiritual and extremely beautiful and, next after the incorporeal beings, it surpasses all things. That is why people who are still subject to passions can often know the thoughts in the souls of others on account of their great love for them, and especially when they have not been sunk and defiled by the clay. If nothing is so opposed to a material nature as material nature, let him who reads understand. 101. Superstitious observances in the case of lay people are contrary to divine providence, and in the case of monks, to spiritual knowledge. 102. Let those who are infirm in soul recognize God's visitation from their bodily circumstances, dangers and outward temptations, but the perfect recognize it from the presence of the Holy Spirit and an accession of spiritual gifts. 103. There is a demon who comes to us when we are lying in bed and shoots at us evil and dirty thoughts to make us shrink from rising for prayer and from taking up arms against it, and makes us fall asleep with these foul thoughts and then have foul dreams too. 104. There is an evil spirit, called the forerunner, who assails us as soon as we awake from sleep and defiles our first thought. Devote the first fruits of your day to the Lord, because the whole day will belong to whoever gets the first start. It is worth hearing what an expert told me. From my morning, he said, I know the course of the whole day. 105. There are many ways of piety and perdition, that is why it often happens that a way that is unsuitable for one just fits another, and the intention of both is acceptable to the Lord. 106. In all the temptations that happen to us the devils struggle to make us say or do something improper, and if they cannot do that, They stand quietly and suggest that we should offer God arrogant thanksgiving. 107. Those whose minds are on things above, after the separation of soul and body, ascend on high in two parts, but those whose minds are on things below, go below, for souls separated from the body there is no intermediate place. Of all God's creations only the soul has its being in something else, in a body, and not in itself, and it is wonderful how it can exist outside that in which it received being. 108. Pious daughters are born of pious mothers, and the mothers are born of the Lord, and it is not a bad plan to apply this rule in the contrary sense. 109. Moses, or rather God himself, forbids the coward to go out to battle lest the last spiritual error should be worse than the first bodily fall, and this is right. For the eyes of our body are a light for all the bodily members, and the discernment of the divine virtues is a light for the mind. On expert discernment. 110. As the heart parched by the heat longs for the streams, 5 so monks long for grasp of the good and divine will, and not only that, but also for what is not the pure will of God, and even for what is. 1. The soul is immaterial, the body is material, nothing is so opposed to the soul as the body, nothing so disquiets and blinds the mind as fleshly impurity caused by degrading passions. Romans I:26. Yet even natural love gives the lover a remarkable insight into the mind and heart of the beloved. Cf. Saint Matthew 24:15. 2. That is first the soul, then after the resurrection the body. 3. He calls mothers the productive virtues which bear their own, and he calls daughters those which are born of the love of God and of faith and of hope, for these are of God just as their opposites are of the enemy, and the vices likewise are productive, and just as the Lord creates the virtues in us, so the devil creates vices. 4. Deuteronomy 20:5 cf. Psalms Lit. 1. 100. Opposed to it, this is a subject that is extremely important for us and not easily explained, namely, which of our affairs should be done at once, without delay, and as soon as possible, according to him who said, "Woe to him who puts off from day to day, and from time to time," and again, what should be done with moderation and circumspection, as is advised by him who said, "War is a matter for guidance," and again, "Let all things be done decently and in order." 3. For it is not for everyone to decide quickly and precisely such fine points. Even the God-bearing David, who had the Holy Spirit speaking within him, prayed for this gift and sometimes says, "Teach me to do thy will, for thou art my God." 4. And sometimes again, "Guide me to thy truth." 5. And again, "Make known to me the way I should go, O Lord, for I lift up my soul from all the cares of life and passions, and raise it to thee." 6. 111. Those who wish to learn the will of the Lord must first mortify their own will, then, having prayed to God with faith and honest simplicity, and having asked the fathers or even the brothers with humility of heart and no thought of doubt, they should accept their advice as from the mouth of God, even if their advice be contrary to their own view, and even if those consulted are not very spiritual, for God is not unjust, and will not lead astray souls who with faith and innocence humbly submit to the advice and judgment of their neighbor, even if those who were asked were brute beasts. Yet he who speaks is the immaterial and invisible one. Those who allow themselves to be guided by this rule without having any doubts are filled with great humility, for if someone expounded his problems on a harp, 7 how much better, do you think, can a rational mind and reasonable soul teach than an inanimate object? 112. On account of self-will many have not accepted the perfect and easy blessing mentioned above, and having tried to discover what was pleasing to the Lord of themselves and in themselves, have handed on to us many and various judgments concerning this matter. 113. Some of those who were seeking the will of God laid aside all attachments, they submitted to the Lord their own thought about this or that inclination of the soul, I mean whether to perform an action or to resist it. They submitted their minds stripped of its own will to Him, offering fervent prayer for a set number of days. In this way they attained to a knowledge of His will, either through the spiritual mind spiritually communicating with their mind or through the complete disappearance from their soul of their cherished intention. 114. Others on account of the trouble and distractions which attended their undertaking concluded that these disturbances came from God, according to him who said, "We wanted to come to you time and again but Satan hindered us." 115. Others, on the contrary, recognized that their action was pleasing to God from its unexpected success, declaring, "God cooperates with everyone who deliberately chooses to do good." 116. He who has obtained God within him through illumination, both in actions requiring haste and in actions allowing of delay, is assured of his will by the second way, only without a definite period of time. 117. To waver in one's judgments and to remain in doubt for a long time without assurance is the sign of an unenlightened and ambitious soul. 118. God is not unjust and does not close the door against those who knock with humility. 1 Ecclesiasticus v. 7, 8, 2 Proverbs 24, 6, cf. 20, 18, 3 Corinthians 14, 40, 4 Psalm Xlii, 10, 5 Psalm 24, 5, 6 Psalm Xlii, 8, 7 cf. Psalms Lvii, 4, 8 Thessalonians 2, 18, 101. 119. In all our actions, the intention must be sought from the Lord, whether in those that require haste or in those that require to be postponed, for all actions free from attachment and from all impurity will be imputed to us for good if they have been done especially for the Lord's sake and not for anyone else, even though these deeds are not entirely good. 120. Seeking for what is beyond us has no safe end. The Lord's judgment about us is unfathomable. By his special providence he often chooses to hide his will from us, knowing that, even if we were to learn it, we should disobey it, and should thereby receive greater punishment. 121. An honest heart is free from the different kinds of distractions which occur and it is safely sailing in the bark of innocence. 122. There are courageous souls who with love and humility of heart throw themselves into tasks that are beyond them. And there are proud hearts who do the same, for our foes often intentionally suggest to us things beyond our powers so that these should cause us to lose heart and leave even what is within our power and make ourselves a great laughingstock to our enemies. 123. I have seen those who were sick in soul and body who, because of the multitude of their sins, engaged in battles that were beyond them and which they could not continue. I say to such as these that God judges our repentance not by our labors but by our humility. 124. Sometimes upbringing is the cause of great evils, and sometimes company, but often a warped soul is of itself sufficient for its ruin. He who is clear of the first two is free from the third as well, but whoever has the third defect is reprobate everywhere, for there is no place safer than heaven. 125. In the case of those who malevolently dispute with us, whether unbelievers or heretics, we should desist after we have twice admonished them. 2. But in the case of those who wish to learn the truth let us never grow weary in well-doing. 3. However, we should use both opportunities for the establishment of our own heart. 4. 126. The man who despairs of himself when he hears of the supernatural virtues of the saints is most unreasonable. On the contrary, they teach you supremely one of two things: either they rouse you to emulation by their holy courage, or they lead you by way of thrice holy humility to deep self-contempt and realization of your inherent weakness. 127. Amongst the impure evil demons, there are some more evil than others. They suggest to us that we should not commit sin alone, but they counsel us to have others as companions in evil in order to make our punishment more severe. I have seen one learning a bad habit from another, and although he who taught came to his senses and began to repent and gave up doing wrong, his repentance was ineffectual on account of the influence of his pupil. 128. Stupendous, truly stupendous and incomprehensible is the wickedness of the evil spirits. It is not seen by many, and I think that even those few see it only in part. Thus, how is it that while living in luxury and plenty we keep vigil and do not sleep, And why while fasting and exhausting ourselves with labors are we pitifully overpowered by drowsiness, or why does our heart become hard while abiding in silence, and why, while sitting among our companions, do we come to compunction? When we are hungry, why are we tempted by dreams? Yet when sated we do not experience these temptations. In poverty we become dark and incapable of compunction, but if we drink wine we are happy and easily come to compunction. He who can do so in the Lord, let him bring light to the unenlightened in this matter, for we are not enlightened about this. At least we can say that such a change does not always come from the demons, and this sometimes happens to me, I know not how. 1 Yet the devil fell from heaven, 2 Titus 3:10, 3 Galatians vi. 9, 4 cf. Hebrews 13:9, 102. By reason of the constitution I have been given and the sordid and greedy corpulence with which I am girt about, 129, with regard to the changes enumerated above, so hard to interpret, let us sincerely and humbly pray to the Lord, and if after prayer and the time which it took we still feel the same thing at work in us, then let us conclude that this is caused not by demons but by nature. Yet it often pleases divine providence to benefit us through adversity and to check our conceit by all possible means. 130. It is dangerous to be inquisitive about the depth of the divine judgments, because the inquisitive sail in the ship of conceit. 131. Someone asked one of those who could see, why does God, who foresees their faults, adorn some with gifts and wonder-working powers? And he replied, in order to make other spiritual men more careful, and to demonstrate the freedom of the human will, and to cause those who fall to be without any excuse at the last judgment. 132. The law, being imperfect, says, attend to yourself. 1 But the Lord, being entirely perfect, enjoined upon us the correction of our brother, saying, if thy brother sin against thee, 2 and so on, if your reprimand, or rather your reminder, is pure and humble, you should not refuse to carry out the Lord's behest, and especially in the case of those who accept correction. But if you have not yet got as far as this, then at least practice the precept laid down by the law. 133. Do not be surprised when you see that those whom you love turn against you on account of your rebukes. Frivolous people are the tools of the demons, and especially against the demons' foes. 134. One thing about us astonishes me very much. Why do we so quickly and easily incline to the passions when we have Almighty God, angels and saints, to help us towards the virtues, and only the wicked demon against us? I do not wish to speak about this in more detail, in fact, I cannot. 135. If all created substances keep to their nature, then why, as the great Gregory says, 3ami, the image of God, compounded with clay? If some of God's creatures have somehow lost their created nature, it is certain that they will continually strive to return to their original state. Man ought to use every means to raise his clay, so to speak, and seat it on the throne of God, and let no one make excuses for not undertaking this ascent, because the way and the door are open. 136. It excites the mind and soul to emulation to hear the spiritual feats of the Fathers, and their zealous admirers are led to imitate them through listening to their teaching. 137. Discernment is a light in darkness, the return of wanderers to the way, the illumination of those whose sight is dim. A discerning man finds health and destroys sickness. 138. All who show surprise at every trifle do so for 2 reasons, either from crass ignorance, or else they magnify and exalt the deeds of their neighbor with a view to humility. 139. Let us make an effort not only to wrestle with the demons but also to wage war on them. The former sometimes throws them, and is sometimes thrown, but the latter is continuously hounding the foe. 140. He who has conquered the passions wounds the demons. By pretending that he still has passions he deceives his foes and remains unassailable. One of the brethren once suffered disgrace, and without being in the least moved in his heart he prayed in his mind, then he began to bewail the disgrace, hiding his dispassion by passion. Another of the brethren who had no longings at all for the office of 1 Deuteronomy 4:9, 2 Saint Matthew 18:15, 3 Saint Gregory Nazianzen, or 16, 4 That is he who merely wrestles with them, 5 That is he who really wages war against them. 103. Superior pretended that he was working for this, and how am I to describe the chastity of that man who went into a brothel ostensibly for the sake of sin, but drew the harlot to the ascetic life? Again, a bunch of grapes was brought very early in the morning to one of the hermits, and after the person who brought them had gone, he ate them with a semblance of gobbling but without any pleasure, to make it seem to the demons that he was a glutton. Another, having lost a few palm leaves, one spent all day pretending that he was grieved about this. Such people need to take care, otherwise in trying to fool the demons they may end by being fooled themselves. It was of these, no doubt, that the Apostle said, as deceivers and yet true. 141. He who wishes to present his body pure to Christ and to show him a clean heart must carefully preserve chastity and freedom from anger, for without these our labor is quite useless. 142. Just as eyes have different colored lights in them, so in the soul many different overshadowings of the spiritual sun occur. One kind comes through bodily tears, another through the tears of the soul, one kind through what is contemplated by the bodily eyes, another through the spiritual, one kind comes from hearing words, another is the joy that spontaneously springs up in the soul, also there is one kind that comes from silence, and another which by rapture ineffably and unexpectedly transports the mind in spiritual light to Christ. 143. There are virtues, and there are mothers of virtues, so a wise man strives rather to obtain the latter. The teacher of the mother virtues is God himself through his own action, while there are plenty of teachers for the daughter virtues. 144. Let us beware lest we compensate austerity in taking food by excess of sleep, and vice versa, for such behavior is characteristic of foolish men. 145. I have seen toilers 3 who for some reason slightly indulged their stomachs, but soon after this, these courageous ascetics chastised their poor stomachs by standing throughout the night, and in this way they taught them to be well content to refrain from satiety. 146. The demon of avarice strives fiercely against those who possess nothing, and when it cannot vanquish them it reminds them of the state of the poor and persuades those who are spiritual to become material again. 147. In times of despondency never fail to bear in mind the Lord's commandment to Peter to forgive a person who sins 70 times 7. For he who gave this command to another will himself do far more. But when we are exalted let us again remember the saying, he who shall keep the whole spiritual law, and yet stumble in one passion, that is, fall into pride, has become guilty of all. 148. There exist certain dispositions of wicked and envious spirits which voluntarily leave the saints so as to deprive those who battle of any chance of obtaining crowns for victory over them. 149. Blessed are the peacemakers. 6. No one will deny this, but I have also seen enemy makers who are blessed. A certain two developed impure affection for one another, but one of the discerning fathers, a most experienced man, was the means whereby they came to hate each other, by setting one against the other, telling each that he was being slandered by the other, and this wise man by human roguery succeeded in parrying the devil's malice and in producing hatred by which the impure affection was dissolved. 1. Palm leaves were used for making baskets. 2 Corinthians vi. 8. 3. That is workers for Christ, spiritual athletes, or ascetics. 4. Saint Matthew 18, 22, 5 James 2, 10, 6 Saint Matthew v. 9, 104. 150. Some set aside one commandment for the sake of another commandment. I have seen young men who were attached to one another in a right spirit, yet in order not to offend other men's consciences, by mutual agreement they kept apart for a time. 151. Just as a marriage and a funeral are the very opposite of each other, so too are pride and despair, but as a result of the confusion caused by the demons it is possible to see the two together. 152. At the beginning of the monastic life, some of the unclean demons instruct us in the interpretation of the divine scriptures, and they are particularly fond of behaving in this way in the case of vainglorious people and of those who have been educated in secular studies, so that by gradually deceiving them they may lead them into heresy and blasphemy. We can recognize this diabolical divinity, or rather, devilry, by the disturbances and the confused and unholy joy which are felt in the soul during the instruction. 153. All creatures have received from the Creator their order of being and their beginning, and some their end too, but the end of virtue is infinite, for the psalmist says, I have seen the end of all perfection, but thy commandment is exceedingly broad and boundless. 1. If some good ascetics pass from the strength of action to the strength too of contemplation, and if love never ceases. 3. And if the Lord will guard the coming in of your fear and the going out of your love, then from this it follows that there is actually no limit to love. We shall never cease to advance in it, either in the present or in the future life, continually adding light to light, and however strange what I have said may seem to many, nevertheless it shall be said, according to the testimonies we have given. I would say, Blessed Father, even the spiritual beings, that is the angels, do not lack progress, on the contrary, they ever add glory to glory, and knowledge to knowledge. 154. Do not be astonished if the demons often suggest to us good thoughts, and intellectual arguments against them. The aim of our foes in this case is to make us believe that they also know the thoughts of our hearts. 155. Do not judge too severely those who are eloquent in preaching but do not support this in practice, for the profit of a word has often compensated for the dearth of deeds. We do not all obtain everything in equal measure, with some speech takes precedence over action, but with others the latter transcends the former. 156. God is not the cause or the creator of evil, and those who say that certain passions are natural to the soul have been deceived, not knowing that we have turned the constituent qualities of nature into passions. For instance, nature gives us the seed for childbearing, but we have perverted this into fornication. Nature provides us with the means of showing anger against the serpent, but we have used this against our neighbor. Nature inspires us with zeal to make us compete for the virtues, but we compete in evil. It is natural for the soul to desire glory, but the glory on high. It is natural to be overbearing, but against the demons. Joy is also natural to us, but a joy on account of the Lord and the welfare of our neighbor. Nature has also given us resentment, but to be used against the enemies of the soul. We have received a desire for pleasure. 5. But not for profligacy. 157. An energetic soul rouses the demons against itself. But as our conflicts increase, so do our crowns. He who has never been struck by the enemy will certainly not be crowned, but the warrior who does not flinch despite his incidental falls will be glorified by the angels as a champion. 1 Psalm XVEI, 96, 2 Psalm XVEI, 8, 3 I Corinthians 13, 8, 4 Psalm XVEI, 5 Another reading is food. 105. 158. He who spent 3 nights in the earth returned to life forever. 1 And he who has conquered 3 hours will never die. 2 159. Divine providence causes the sun to rise in us for our edification, and then for a time to set. 3 And then he makes darkness his hiding place. 4 And night falls, in which prowl the fierce young lions, which had previously left us, and all the beasts of the forest of thorny passions, roaring to snatch the hope that is in us, and seeking from God their food of passions either in thought or in action. And again through the darkness of humility the sun rises upon us, and the wild beasts gather together and lie down in their dens. 5 That is to say in sensual hearts, but not in us. Then the demons say amongst themselves, The Lord has done great things for them, and we say to them, The Lord has done great things for us, and we are glad. 6 But you are banished. Behold, the Lord rides on a swift cloud, no doubt the soul that is raised above all earthly desire, and comes into Egypt, into the heart already darkened, and will shatter the idols of man's making. 7 That is, vain thoughts of the mind. 160. If Christ, although omnipotent, As man fled bodily from Herod, then let the rash learn not to hurl themselves into temptations, for it is said, Let not thy foot be moved, nor him, the angel, who keeps thee slumber. 161. Vanity or conceit twines itself round courage just as bindweed twines round cypress. 162. Let us constantly guard against admitting even the mere thought that we have attained to any good whatsoever, and let us keep on looking carefully to see whether this is one of our characteristics. If it is, then we shall know that we have utterly failed. 163. Look unceasingly for evidence of the passions, and then you will find many of them in you which we are unable to distinguish in our diseased condition, by reason of our own weakness or because they are so deeply rooted. 164. God is the judge of our intentions, but in his love he does also require us to act as far as we are able. Great is he who leaves undone nothing that is within his power, but greater is he who humbly attempts what is beyond his power. 165. The demons often hinder us from carrying through what is easy and profitable for us, and they urge us to turn to what is more laborious instead. 166. I find that Joseph is honored for avoiding the occasion of sin, and not for showing dispassion. It may be asked, from what and from how many sins does aversion merit a crown? For it is one thing to turn away from the shadow, but it is a much greater thing to run towards the Sun of Righteousness. 167. Being in darkness is a cause of stumbling, stumbling is a cause of a fall, and to fall is a cause of death. 168. Those who have been overcome by wine often wash with water, but those who have been overcome by passions wash with tears. 1 Saint. Matthew 12:40. 2 by 3 hours, according to Elias of Crete, is meant 3 kinds, 3 periods of temptation. First, ambition, or love of glory; second, sensuality or love of pleasure; and third, cupidity or love of money, that is world, flesh, devil. 3 Psalm Cei, 19, 4 Psalm 17, 12, 5 Psalm Cei, 23, 6 Psalm CXXV, 3 4, 7 Isaiah 19, 1, 8 Psalm CXX, 3, 106. 169. Pollution is one thing, darkness is another, and blindness another. The first is cured by temperance, the second by solitude, and the third by obedience and by God who for our sakes became obedient. 170. We can take as an example 2 places in which mundane things are cleaned. Let us picture to ourselves by analogy 2 sublime institutions for those who set their mind on things above. To a monastic community such as is pleasing to God is like the laundry in which uncleanness, grossness and deformity of soul are scoured out, and the dye works will be the solitary life for those who have already laid aside lust, remembrance of wrongs and anger, and who are now passing from the monastery to solitude. 171. Some say that we fall into the same sins because we have been unable to correct our former sins through the inadequacy of our repentance, but it may be asked, have all those who have not fallen into the same kind of sin really repented as they should? Some fall into the same sins either because they have sunk into a deep forgetfulness of their former sins, or because they imagine in their own pleasure-loving way that God is merciful, or they have lost all hope of their own salvation. I do not know whether anyone will blame me if I say that their trouble arises because they have not been strong enough to bind the foe who is dominating them through the tyranny of habit. 172. We should inquire why the soul which is incorporeal does not see of what nature the spirits are that take up their abode with it. Is it not a result of its union with the flesh? This is known only to him who joined them. 173. A discerning man once asked me, tell me, for I desire to know which of the spirits are liable to depress the mind when we sin and which of them to lift it up? But I was embarrassed by the question, and on oath I affirmed my ignorance. Then he who wished to learn taught me himself, saying, I shall give you in a few words the leaven of discernment, and then I shall leave you to seek the rest by your own industry. The spirit of lust, the spirit of anger, the spirit of gluttony, the spirit of despondency, the spirit of sleepiness have no tendency to lift up the horn of the mind, but the spirit of love of money, ambition, talkativeness and many others add evil to evil. That is why the spirit of criticism is near to the latter. 174. If any monk has spent an hour or a day in visiting people in the world, or has had them as guests, he ought to rejoice when he parts from them like someone who has been freed from a clog and a trap. But if on the contrary he feels the dart of sorrow, this indicates that he has become the toy either of vainglory or of lust. 175. We ought to begin by seeing which way the wind is blowing, and then we shall not set our sails against it. 176. Comfort with love and allow a little respite to old men practiced in charity, such as have exhausted their bodies in asceticism, but compel young men who have exhausted their souls with sins to be abstinent, and bring to their memory the eternal torments. 177. It is quite impossible, as I said in another place, suddenly to become perfectly free from gluttony and vainglory at the outset of the monastic life, but we should not fight vainglory with luxury, because victory over gluttony, I mean in beginners, gives rise to vainglory. Rather let us master it by frugality, for the hour will come, and is already here for those who desire it, when the Lord will also subdue this passion under our feet. 178. When they enter monastic life the young and the aged are not afflicted by the same passions, because they often have quite opposite infirmities. Therefore, blessed, truly blessed is humility, because it makes repentance safe and effective for young and old alike. 1 Philippians 2, 8, 2 Colossians 3, 2. 107. 179. Do not make an uproar at what I am going to say. There are indeed true and upright souls, though they are rare, who are strangers to malice, hypocrisy and mischief, for whom living with men is completely uncongenial, but with the help of their guide, from solitude as from a harbor, they can ascend to heaven without desiring or experiencing the disturbances and stumbling blocks of community life. 180. Men can cure the lustful, angels the malicious, but only God the proud. 181. Perhaps one aspect of love often consists in letting the neighbor who is a frequent visitor do what he likes, and in any case showing him all our kindness. 182. It may be asked, how and to what extent, when and whether good is destroyed by a kind of repentance one in the same way as evil. 183. We must use great discernment in order to know when to take our stand against sin, and in what cases and to what extent to struggle against the food of the passions, and when to withdraw from the fray, for, on account of our weakness, sometimes it is necessary to acknowledge that flight is better than death. 184. We should watch and see when and how we can empty out our gall by malice. Some of the demons uplift us, some depress us, some harden, some comfort, some darken, some pretend to communicate enlightenment to us, some make us slothful, some make us cunning, some make us sad, and some cheerful. 185. We should not be dismayed if we find that our passions are stronger at the beginning of our monastic life than they were in our life in the world, for we have to remove the causes of sickness, and then health will come to us. The beasts were there in hiding all the time, only they did not show themselves. 186. When by some accident those who are otherwise approaching perfection are overcome by the demons in a trivial matter, they should at once use all means in their power to wrench this fault out of them again 100-fold. 187. As the winds in calm weather ruffle only the surface of the sea, but at other times they stir the depths as well, so you can imagine to yourself the dark winds of iniquity, for in those enslaved by passions they shake the actual consciousness of the heart, but in those who have already made progress they only ruffle the surface of the mind. That is why the latter soon feel their normal calm, for the heart was left undefiled. 188. It is the privilege of the perfect to know unerringly whether a thought in the soul comes from their own consciousness, or from God, or from the demons, for the demons do not at first suggest everything that is repugnant. This is indeed a dark problem and hard to solve. 189. The body is enlightened by its two corporeal eyes, but in visible and spiritual discernment the eyes of the heart are illumined. Brief summary of all the previous steps. 1. Firm faith is the mother of renunciation, the opposite of this is self-evident. 2. Unwavering hope is the door to detachment, the opposite of this is self-evident. 3. Love of God is the foundation of exile, the opposite is self-evident. 4. Obedience is born of self-condemnation and desire for health. 1. Or, regret. The question proposed is whether a change of mind and purpose for the worse destroys our virtues just as a change for the better destroys our vices. 108. 5. Temperance 1 is the mother of health, the mother of temperance is the thought of death and firm remembrance of our Lord's gall and vinegar. 6. The helper and foundation of chastity is solitude, the quenching of fleshly burning is fasting, the adversary of shameful thoughts is contrition of heart. 7. Faith and exile are the death of cupidity, but compassion and love betray the body. 8. Unflagging prayer is the ruin of despondency, remembrance of the judgment is a means of fervor. 9. Love of indignity is a cure for anger, amity, compassion and poverty are the suffocation of sorrow. 10. Detachment from things of the senses is contemplation of spiritual things. 11. Quietness and solitude are the foes of vainglory, and if you are amongst people, seek dishonor. 12. Visible pride is cured by grim conditions, but invisible pride can be healed only by him who is eternally invisible. 2:13. The deer is a destroyer of all visible snakes, but humility destroys spiritual ones. 3:14. By means of what is natural we can be trained to a clear conception of the spiritual. 15. As a snake cannot strip itself of its old skin unless it crawls into a tight hole, neither can we shed our old prejudices, our oldness of soul and the garment of the old man unless we go by the straight and narrow way of fasting and dishonor. 16. It is just as impossible for the person who nourishes and panders to his flesh to fly to heaven as it is for an overfed bird. 17. Dried up mire offers no attraction for swine, and in exhausted flesh demons no longer find anywhere to rest. 18. As too many sticks often choke a fire and put it out, while making a lot of smoke, so excessive sorrow often makes the soul smoky and dark, and dries the stream of tears. 19. As a blind man is no use as an archer, so a contradictory pupil is a lost one. 20. As tempered iron can sharpen untempered, so a fervent brother has often saved an indolent one. 21. As eggs that are warmed in dung hatch out, so bad thoughts that are not confessed hatch out and proceed to action. 22. As galloping horses race one another, so a good community excites mutual fervor. 23. Just as clouds hide the sun, so evil thoughts darken and ruin the mind. 24. As the man under sentence who is going to execution will not talk about theaters, so he who truly weeps for himself will never gratify his stomach. 25. When poor men see the royal treasury they are still more conscious of their poverty, and so too when the soul reads about the great virtues of the fathers it at least comes to a more humble frame of mind. 1. Or, self-control, abstinence, continence. 2. The meaning is that God uses slights, setbacks, rebuffs and other circumstances to strip us of ordinary pride. But spiritual pride requires a special act of divine intervention. 3 cf. Step 25-8. The comparison of humility with a deer or stag is taken from ancient writers who allege that deer sense the presence of snakes and then stand over the hole and draw the reptile out by their breath. When the snake crawls out, they swallow it, but this causes such a thirst that unless they find water within about 3 hours, they die. Hence David says that his soul thirsts for God like a deer for water. 109. 26. As steel is attracted to the magnet even without meaning to be, for it is drawn by an inexplicable force of nature, so he who has contracted sinful habits is tyrannized by them. 27. As oil tames the sea, even though it is reluctant to do this, so fasting quenches the involuntary burnings of the body. 28. As a dam's stream of water rushes upwards, so often the soul that is pressed by dangers ascends to God and is saved through penitence. 29. As he who carries perfumes with him makes his presence felt by the fragrance whether he wants to or not, so he who has the Spirit of the Lord is known by his words and his humility. 30. As the sun makes gold glitter, so virtue singles out the man who possesses it. 131. As winds stir the deep, so temper disturbs the mind more than anything else. 32. As mere hearsay does not provoke violent desire to taste what the eye has not seen, so those who are chaste in body get great relief through their ignorance. 33. Just as thieves will not attack a place where they see royal weapons lying, so he who has knit his heart to prayer will not lightly be raided by spiritual thieves. 34. As fire does not give birth to snow, so those who seek honor here will not enjoy it there, in heaven. 35. As one spark has frequently set fire to much wood, so it has been found that one good deed can wipe out a multitude of great sins. 236. As it is impossible to destroy a wild beast without a weapon, so without humility it is impossible to obtain freedom from anger. 37. As by nature we cannot live without food, so up to the very moment of our death we cannot, even for a second, give way to negligence. 38. As a ray of sun, passing through a crack, lights everything in the house and shows up even the finest dust, so the fear of the Lord, entering a man's heart, reveals to him all his sins. 39. Crabs are easily caught because they walk sometimes forwards, sometimes backwards, so the soul that now laughs, now mourns, now lives in luxury, can make no progress. 40. The drowsy are easily robbed, and so are those who seek virtue near the world. 41. A man who is fighting a lion is lost the moment he takes his eye off it, and so is the man who, while fighting his flesh, gives it any respite. 42. As he who climbs up a rotten ladder runs a risk, so all honor, glory and authority oppose humility and bring down him who has them. 43. As it is impossible for a starving man not to think of bread, so it is impossible for a man eager to be saved not to think of death and judgment. 44. As writing is washed out by water, so sins can be washed out by tears. 45. As some, for lack of water, blot out writing by other means, so there are souls who have no tears, but pound out and scour away their sins by sorrow, sighing and great heaviness of heart. 46. As a mass of dung breeds a mass of worms, so a surfeit of food breeds a surfeit of false, and evil thoughts, and dreams. 47. As a blind man cannot see to walk, so a lazy man can neither see good nor do it. 1 Saint Matthew v. 14, 2 James 3, 5, v. 20, 110. 48. As he whose legs are tied cannot walk freely, so those who hoard money cannot ascend to heaven. 49. As a fresh wound is easily cured, so the opposite is true of those suffering from chronic wounds of the soul. If they are healed with difficulty. 50. As a dead man cannot walk, so a despairing man cannot be saved. 51. He who says he has true faith yet continues to sin is like a man who has no eyes in his face, but he who has no faith, even though he may do some good, is like a man who draws water and pours it into a barrel with holes in it. 52. As a ship which has a good helmsman comes safely into harbor with God's help, so the soul which has a good shepherd, even though it has done much evil, easily ascends to heaven. 53. Without a guide it is easy to wander from the road, however prudent you may be, and so he who walks the monastic way under his own direction soon perishes, even though he may have all the wisdom of the world. 54. If anyone is weak in body and has had some grave faults, he should take the road of humility and the qualities that belong to her, for he will find no other way to salvation. 55. As one who has suffered a prolonged illness can scarcely obtain health in an instant, so it is impossible suddenly to overcome the passions, or even one passion. 56. Keep track of the extent of every passion and of every virtue, and you will know what progress you are making. 57. As those who exchange gold for clay are the losers, so are those who discuss and divulge the spiritual for material gain. 58. Many have soon obtained forgiveness, but no one has obtained dispassion quickly. This needs considerable time, and love, and longing, and God. 59. let us find out which particular beasts and birds try to harm us at the time of sowing, and at the time when the seed shoots, and at the time of harvest, so as to set our traps accordingly. 60. Just as a man with fever has no right to commit suicide, so till our very last breath we must never give up hope. 61. As it is irreverent for a man who has just buried his father to go from the funeral straight on to his wedding, so for those who are mourning over their falls it is not proper to seek from men in this present life either honor, or rest, or glory. 62. As citizens have one kind of dwelling and convicts another, so the needs of those who are mourning ought to be quite different from those of the innocent. 63. Just as a king orders a soldier who has received serious wounds in battle in his presence not to be dismissed from his service but rather to be promoted, so the heavenly king crowns the monk who endures many perils from demons. 64. Spiritual perception is a property of the soul itself, but sin is a buffeting of perception. Conscious perception produces either the cessation or lessening of evil, and it is the offspring of conscience, and conscience is the word and conviction of our guardian angel given to us from the time of baptism. That is why we find that the unbaptized do not feel such keen pangs of remorse in their soul for their bad deeds. 65. The lessening of evil breeds abstinence from evil, and abstinence from evil is the beginning of repentance, and the beginning of repentance is the beginning of salvation, and the beginning of salvation is a good intention, and a good intention is the mother of labors, and the beginning of labors is the virtues, the beginning of the virtues is a flowering, and the flowering of virtue is the beginning of activity, and the offspring of virtue is perseverance, and the fruit and offspring of 111. Persevering practice is habit, and the child of habit is character. Good character is the mother of fear, and fear gives birth to the keeping of commandments, in which I include both heavenly and earthly. The keeping of the commandments is a sign of love, and the beginning of love is an abundance of humility, and an abundance of humility is the daughter of dispassion, and the acquisition of the latter is the fullness of love, that is to say the perfect indwelling of God in those who through dispassion are pure in heart, for they shall see God. 1. And to him the glory for all eternity. Amen. Step 27 on Holy Solitude 2 of Body and Soul. 1. We are like bought serfs under contract to unholy passions, we therefore know to some extent the whims, ways, will and wiles of the spirits that rule over our poor souls, but there are others who through the action of the Holy Spirit, and by reason of their liberation from the rule of those spirits, are fully alive to their tricks. The former, being in a painful state of sickness, can only guess about the relief which would come with good health, while the latter, being in a healthy condition, are able to form ideas and draw conclusions about the miseries attendant on sickness. That is why we, who are weak and infirm, hesitate to philosophize in our discourse about the haven of solitude, for we know that at the table of the good brotherhood there is always some cur watching to snatch from it a piece of bread, that is, a soul, and it then runs off with it in its mouth and devours it on the quiet. We do not want our discourse to give room to that dog, and an opportunity to those who are looking for opportunities, and for this reason we do not consider it permissible to talk about peace to the courageous warriors of our King who are struggling in the battle. We will simply remark that crowns of peace and calm are woven for those who do not flag in the fight, but we do not want to grieve anyone by speaking of other things without even mentioning this, and so we shall, if you wish, speak briefly about solitude, if only in order to explain what it is. 2. Solitude of the body is the knowledge and reduction to order of the habits and feelings, and solitude of soul is the knowledge of one's thoughts and an inviolable mind. 3. A friend of solitude is a courageous and unrelenting power of thought which keeps constant vigil at the doors of the heart and kills or repels the thoughts that come. He who is solitary in the depth of his heart will understand this last remark, but he who is still a child is unaware and ignorant of it. 4. A discerning solitary 3 will have no need of words, because he expresses words by deeds. 5. The beginning of solitude is to throw off all noise as disturbing for the depth of the soul, and the end of it is not to fear disturbances and to remain insusceptible to them, though going out, yet without a word. He is kind and holy, a house of love. He is not easily moved to speech, nor is he moved to anger. The opposite of this is obvious. 6. A solitary is he who strives to confine his incorporeal being within his bodily house, for paradoxical as this is. 7. The cat keeps hold of her mouse, and the thought of the solitary holds his spiritual mouse. Do not call this example rubbish. If you do, then you do not yet know what solitude means. 1 Saint Matthew v. 8, 2 gr. Hesychia, that is quiet or contemplation. This has usually been translated as solitude. 3 That is a hesychast, a contemplative, one who lives in solitude or holy quiet. 4 That is to shut up in his body, as in a house, all the powers of the soul, thought, imagination, desire, etc. 112. 8. A monk living with another monk is not saved as a solitary monk would be. When a monk is alone he has need of great vigilance and of an unwandering mind. When not alone, the other often helps his brother, but an angel assists the solitary. 9. The celestial powers unite in worship with him whose soul is quiet, and dwell lovingly with him, and the opposite to this is obvious. 10. The depth of the dogmas is profound, and the mind of the solitary does not caper among them without risk. 111. It is not safe to swim in one's clothes, nor should a slave of passion touch theology. 12. The cell of the solitary is the confines of his body, he has within a shrine of knowledge. 13. He who is sick in soul from some passion and attempts solitude is like a man who has jumped from a ship into the sea and thinks that he will reach the shore safely on a plank. 14. For all who are struggling with their clay, solitude is suitable at the right time if only they have a director, for angelic strength is needed for the solitary life. I speak of those who lead a life of real solitude of body and soul. 15. The solitary who has become lazy will tell lies, urging people by hints to end his solitude for him, and having left his cell, he blames the devils. He has not discovered that he is his own devil. 16. I have seen solitaries who insatiably nourished their flaming desire for God, generating fire by fire, love by love, desire by desire. 17. The solitary is an earthly image of an angel who with the paper of love and letters of zeal has freed his prayer from sloth and negligence. The solitary is he who openly declares, O God, my heart is ready. 2. The solitary is he who says, I sleep, but my heart is awake. 3:18. Shut the door of your cell to your body, the door of your tongue to speech, and the inner gate to evil spirits. 19. The patience of the sailor is tested in the midday heat or when he is becalmed, and the lack of necessaries tries out the perseverance of the solitary. When the one gets discouraged he swims in the water, and when the other gets despondent he mixes with crowds. 20. Do not fear noisy trifles, for mourning for does not know cowardice and is not scared by them. 21. Those whose mind has learned true prayer converse with the Lord face to face, as if speaking into the ear of the emperor. Those who make vocal prayer fall down before him as if in the presence of the whole Senate, but those who live in the world petition the emperor amidst the clamor of all the crowds. If you have learned the art of prayer scientifically, you cannot fail to know what I have said. 22. Take up your seat on a high place and watch, if only you know how, and then you will see in what manner, when, whence, how many and what kind of thieves come to enter and steal your clusters of grapes. 23. When the watchman grows weary he stands up and prays, and then he sits down again and courageously takes up his former task. 24. One who had learnt about this from experience wanted to tell others about it exactly and in detail, but he was afraid in case he should damp the enthusiasm of those already practicing it, or frighten off with the noise of his words those who were making up their minds to embark upon it. 1 Variant reading, and the mind of the solitary jumps over them safely. 2 Psalm vi. 8, 3 Song of Songs v. 2, 4 Our Penitence, cf. St. Matthew v. 4, 113. 25. He who goes into subtle and learned discussions on solitude stirs up demons against himself, for he has no one else to hold up their indecencies to contempt. 26. He who has attained to solitude has penetrated to the very depth of the mysteries, but he would never have descended into the deep unless he had first seen and heard the noise of the waves and the evil spirits, and perhaps even been splashed by these waves. The great Apostle Paul confirms what we have said: if he had not been caught up into paradise, as into solitude, he could never have heard the unspeakable words. 1. The ear of the solitary will receive from God amazing words. That is why in the book of Job that all-wise man said, "Will not my ear receive amazing things from him?" 2:27. The solitary is one who runs away from all company though without hatred, just as others run towards it though without enthusiasm. He wishes to go on receiving the divine sweetness. 28. Go and distribute immediately, because to sell would take a long time, all that thou hast, and give to the poor. 3 Monks, so that in their prayers they may accompany you to solitude, and take up thy cross, and carry it with the help of obedience, and vigorously bear the burden of the loss of thy will, and for the future come and follow me for to union with most blessed solitude, and I will teach you the visible activity and life of the spiritual powers. They never weary of praising their Maker to all eternity, and he who ascends to the heaven of solitude never ceases to praise his Creator. Immaterial spirits will not think about the material, nor will those who have become immaterial in a material body think about food. The first will not be aware of food, and the second will need no promise of it. The former do not think about money and possessions, nor do the latter think about the malice of the evil spirits. Those in heaven above have no desire for the visible creation, and those here on earth below have no desire for things perceived by the senses. The former will never cease to advance in love, and the latter vie with them daily. Those are well aware of the wealth of their progress, and these are conscious of their love of the ascent. Those will not stop until they reach seraphic perfection, and these will not weary until they become angels. Blessed is he who hopes, thrice blessed is he who has the promise, but he who has the reality is an angel. Different aspects of solitude and how to distinguish them. 29. In all the sciences, as everyone knows, there are differences of opinion and aim, for everything is not perfect in all, either from want of industry or from lack of strength. Therefore some enter this harbor, 5 or rather this sea, or perhaps this abyss, because they lack control of their tongue or because of a past habit of the body, others because they are without control of their temper and the poor wretches cannot overcome this in crowded society. Others because out of conceit they have judged it better to sail at their own discretion than under direction, others because amidst material things they cannot abstain from such, some with the intention of cultivating zeal by solitude, others to torment themselves secretly for their faults, and some in order to acquire glory for themselves from it. Others again, if only the Son of Man when he comes may find such on earth, are wedded to holy solitude out of a delightful thirst for the love and sweetness of God, but they do not achieve this union before they have divorced all despondency, because fellowship with despondency would seem like adultery to anyone who is united with God. 30. As far as my meager knowledge permits, for I'm like an unskilled architect, I have constructed a ladder of ascent. Let each look to see on which step he is standing. Is it self-will, or human glory, or weakness of tongue, or hot temper, or too great attachment? Is it to atone for faults, or to grow more? 1 Corinthians 12, 4, 2 Job 4, 12-18, 3 St. Matthew 19, 21, 4 Matthew 16, 24, 5 That is of solitude or contemplation. 114. Zealous, or to add fire to fire, the last shall be first, and the first last. The first 7 are the activities of this world's week, some acceptable, and some unacceptable, but the 8th clearly bears the seal of the world to come. 31. Watch, solitary monk, be vigilant at the times when wild beasts prowl, otherwise you will not be able to adapt your snares to them. If despondency which you have divorced has completely left you, then the task will be superfluous, but if she still puts herself forward, then I do not know how you can live in solitude. 32. Why did the Holy Fathers of Tabanisi never have so many lights one as those of the seat? Understand this who can. I cannot speak, or rather, I do not wish to. 233. Some diminish the passions, others sing psalms and spend most of their time in prayer, while some apply themselves to contemplation, and live their life in profound contemplation. Let the question be investigated after the manner of the latter. He who is able to receive this, let him receive it in the Lord. 334. There are idle souls living in monasteries, and by indulging in what nourishes their idleness they came to complete ruin, but there are also souls who through living with others strip themselves of their idleness, and the same thing often occurs not only with the careless, but with the zealous too. 35. We can apply this same rule to solitude, for it is true that many whom the solitary life has received as experienced it has rejected for willfulness, convicting them of desire to please themselves, while others who have come to this way of life have been more zealous and fervent through fear and anxiety about the condemnation that they will have to bear. 36. He who is still troubled by bad temper and conceit, by hypocrisy and remembrance of wrongs, should never dare to set foot in the solitary way, lest he gain distraction and nothing else. But if anyone is clear of these, he will know what is best, and yet I think, perhaps not even he. 37. Here are the signs, courses and proofs of those who are practicing solitude in the right way: an unruffled mind, sanctified thought, rapture towards the Lord, recollection of eternal torments, the urgency of death, constant hunger for prayer, unsleeping vigilance, wasting away of lust, ignorance of attachment, death to the world, loss of gluttony, a sure understanding of divine things, a well of discernment, a truce accompanied by tears, loss of talkativeness, and many such things which the common run of men are wont to find quite alien to them. 38. And here are the signs of those who are practicing solitude in the wrong way: dearth of spiritual wealth, increase of anger, a hoard of resentment, diminution of love, growth of vanity, and I will be silent about all the rest which follow. 439. But our chapter has now reached the point at which we must consider the case of those living in obedience, all the more so because this chapter is especially meant for them. 40. The signs of those who are lawfully, unadulterously and sincerely wedded to this orderly and fair obedience, both in reality and according to the teaching of the inspired Fathers, are these: and every day, if only we have consecrated a day to the Lord. 5. They reach forward and obtain increase and progress so that they become perfect in due time, an increase of elementary humility, a lessening of bad. 1 cf. He was a burning and shining light, St. John v. 35. 2. The great work of quiet or contemplation is a means or cause of greater progress than the active life of a community. Pachomius's foundation at Tabenizai was famed for its cenobitic character, whereas the desert of Sete was a center for solitaries in the 4th century and later. 3. St. Matthew 19:12. In the spiritual life we must begin with the humbler virtues and climb by them to the heights, just as a ladder is used to elevate one from a lower to a higher state. 4. That is, I will be silent about bodily falls and mental derangements. 5. The words in brackets are missing in some Greek texts. 115. Temper, for how can it not decrease as the gall is exhausted? Dissipation of darkness, access of love, estrangement from passions, deliverance from hatred, diminution of lust through continual scrutiny, ignorance of despondency, increase of zeal, compassionate love, banishment of pride. This is the achievement which all should seek, but few attain. A well without water does not deserve the name, and what follows, he who is capable of thought already knows. 141. A young wife who has not been faithful to her marriage bed has defiled her body, and a soul who has not been faithful to his vow has defiled his spirit. Reproach, hatred, thrashings and, most wretched of all, separation will befall the first, the other will have to face, pollution, forgetfulness of death, insatiability of stomach, lack of control of the eyes, working for vainglory, pining for sleep, hardening of the heart, deadness and insensibility, rank growth of wrong thoughts and an inclination to allow them, captivity of the heart, disturbance of spirit, disobedience, contradiction, attachment, unbelief, skepticism, talkativeness and, worst of all, free familiarity, and still more wretched, a heart without compunction which in the negligent is followed by indifference, the mother of devils and false. 42. Out of the 8 evil spirits, 5 to assail those practicing solitude, and 3 those living in obedience. 43. He who is practicing solitude and fighting despondency often suffers great harm, for he wastes time which should be given to prayer and contemplation in tricks and wrestlings to battle against it. 44. Once, having become slack, I was sitting in my cell and thinking of leaving it, but some people came to me and began to praise me not a little for my solitary life, and at once the thought of slackness gave place to the thought of vainglory, and I was amazed at how this 3-horned demon opposes all the other spirits. 45. Observe every hour the slaps and flicks, the inclinations and changes of your companion, that is the spirit of despondency, and see how and where they are directed. He who has obtained calmness through the Holy Spirit is familiar with this spectacle. 46. The preliminary task of solitude is the disengagement from all affairs, whether laudable or not, for he who allows even laudable ones will certainly fall into those which are not. The second task of solitude is earnest prayer, and the third is inviolable activity of the heart. For it is physically impossible for one who does not know the alphabet to study books. It is still more impossible for one who has not attained to the first to pass in the right way to the last 2 tasks. 47. Engaged in the middle task, I was among the middle orders, and an angel enlightened me, thirsting as I was, and again I was among them, and when I asked, what was the Lord before he took visible form? The angel could not tell me, for he was not allowed, so I asked him, in what state is he now? He replied, in the state proper to him, but not in this, our state. I asked, what is the meaning of the standing and sitting on the right hand of the Father? He said, it is impossible to grasp these mysteries by hearing with the human ear. I implored him on the spot to lead me where my longings drew me. 5. And he said, the hour has not yet come, because the fire of incorruption does not yet burn sufficiently within you. Whether I was then with this earth, I know not, or out of it, I am quite unable to say. 648. It is difficult to overcome the midday nap, especially in the summer time. Then, and perhaps only then, is manual work permissible. 49. In my experience the demon of despondency prepares and clears the way for the demon of lust, so that by violently weakening the body and plunging it in sleep the latter may produce pollutions in 1. That is, anyone lacking the signs or proofs just mentioned cannot be called obedient. 2. That is pride, vainglory, sloth, despondency, and covetousness. Cf. Step 26. 2. 3. That is gluttony, anger, lust. 4. That is, none of the activity is stolen or diverted to lower ends. 5. That is to the vision of God. 6. 2 Corinthians 12, 2 ff. 116. Those practicing solitude by means of a lifelike dream, if you resist these demons vigorously, then they will certainly launch a violent attack upon you in order to make you stop your labors on the ground that you are doing yourself no good, but nothing can prove the defeat of the demons so clearly as the violence with which they attack us. 50. When you come out of solitude, guard what you have gathered. When the cage is opened, the birds fly out, and then we shall find no further profit in solitude. 51. A small hair disturbs the eye, and a small care ruins solitude, because solitude is the banishment of thoughts and ideas, and the rejection of even laudable cares. 52. He who has really attained to solitude does not give a thought to his flesh, for he who has promised one will not prove false. 53. He who wishes to present his mind pure to God, and is agitated by cares, is like a man who has tied his legs tight together and then expects to walk briskly. 54. Those who are thoroughly versed in secular philosophy are indeed rare, but I affirm that those who have a divine knowledge of the philosophy of true solitude are still more rare. 55. He who has not yet known God is unfit for solitude and exposes himself to many dangers. Solitude chokes the inexperienced, not having tasted the sweetness of God, They waste time in being taken captive, robbed, made despondent and subjected to distractions. 56. He who has experienced the good which comes from prayer will shun crowds like a wild ass, for what, if not prayer, makes him like a wild ass and free from all contact with people? 57. He who is gripped by passions and lives in the desert allows his mind to listen to their chatter, so the holy elder, George R. Sinaites, who is not entirely unknown to your reverence, once told me and taught me. He once directed my worthless soul and, guiding me towards solitude, he said, I have noticed that in the morning it is usually the demons of vainglory and concupiscence who make assaults upon us, at midday the demons of despondency, repining and anger, and in the evening, those dung-loving tyrants of the wretched stomach. 58. It is better to live, as a cenobite, in poverty and obedience than to be a solitary who has no control of his mind. 59. He who has entered into solitude in the right way and does not see its daily reward is either practicing it in the wrong way or else is being robbed of this by his self-esteem. 60. Solitude is unceasing worship and waiting upon God. 61. Let the remembrance of Jesus 3 be present with each breath, and then you will know the value of solitude. 62. For the monk under obedience self-will is the fall, but for the solitary it is a breach in prayer. 63. If you rejoice in having visitors to your cell, know that you are not taking a holiday from despondency alone, but from God. 64. The model for your prayer should be the widow who was wronged by her adversary. And for your solitude, the great and angelic solitary Arsenius. Remember in your solitude the life of this great hermit, and see how often he sent away those who came to him, so as not to lose the better part. 5. 1 Hebrews x. 32, cf. St. Matthew vi. 25-34, 2 that is. John, abbot of Rathu. 3 This patristic expression denotes the prayer of Jesus and not the simple remembrance of the name of Jesus. 4 St. Luke 18, I. 8, 5 that is. Mary's part, cf. St. Luke x. 42, 117. 65. My experience is that the demons often persuade foolish gadabouts to visit those living in solitude in the right way so as to use even such as those to throw some hindrance in the way of these active men. Look out for such people, and do not be afraid of offending these idle bodies by your devout behavior, because, as a result of this offense, they will perhaps stop gadding about. But see that you do not mistakenly offend a soul who in his thirst has come to draw water from you. In all things you need the light of discretion. 66. The life of those practicing solitude, and especially those who are quite alone, should be guided by conscience and common sense. He who runs his race in the right way, and performs all his undertakings, utterances, thoughts, each step, every intention and every movement according to the Lord, works for the Lord's sake with spiritual fervor as though in the Lord's presence. If he is robbed, he is not yet living by the rules of virtue. 67. I will expound, says someone, my proposition and my will on the harp, one according to my still imperfect judgment. As for me, I shall offer my will to God in prayer, and from him I shall receive assurance. 68. Faith is the wing of prayer. Without it, my prayer will return again to my bosom. Faith is the unshaken firmness of the soul, unmoved by any adversity. A believer is not one who thinks that God can do everything, but one who believes that he will obtain all things. Faith paves the way for what seems impossible, and the thief proved this for himself. To the mother of faith is hardship and an honest heart. The latter makes faith constant, and the former builds it up. Faith is the mother of the solitary, for if he does not believe, how can he practice solitude? 69. He who is chained up in prison fears the judge who sentences him, but the hermit in his cell brings forth fear of the Lord, and the tribunal is not so terrifying to the former as the throne of the judge is to the latter. You need great fear for solitude, excellent man, because nothing else is so effective in dispelling despondency. The convict is continually looking to see when the judge will come to the prison, and the true worker wonders when the angel of death will come. A burden of sorrow oppresses the former, but the latter has a fountain of tears. 70. Bring out the staff of patience, and the dogs will soon stop their insolence. Patience is a labor that does not crush the soul and never wavers under interruptions, laudable or the reverse. The patient man is a faultless worker, who turns his faults into victories. Patience is the limitation of suffering that is accepted day by day. Patience lays aside all excuses and all attention to herself. The worker 3 needs patience more than his food because the one brings him a crown, while the other may bring ruin. The patient man has died long before he is placed in the tomb, having made his cell his tomb. Hope engenders patience and so does mourning, but he who has neither is a slave to despondency. 71. Christ's warrior should know what foes to parry from a distance, and which to fight at close quarters. Sometimes the combat has earned a crown, sometimes refusal has made men reprobate. It is not feasible to lay down precepts in such matters, for we have not all got the same character or dispositions. 72. There is one spirit on which you should keep a vigilant eye. He is the one who assails you unceasingly during your standing, walking, sitting, movement, rising, prayer and sleep. 1 Psalms LVEI, 4, 2 cf. Saint Luke 23, 42-3, 3 That is the contemplative or practicer of solitude. 118. 73. Not all loaves of the heavenly wheat of this spiritual food have the same appearance. Some people in the field of solitude ever cultivate within them this thought, I see the Lord before me continually. 1 But others, in your patience you will win your souls. 2 Some, watch and pray. 3 Others, prepare thy works for thy death. 4 Some, I was humbled and he saved me. 5 Some, the sufferings of the present time are not worthy to be compared with the future glory. 6 And others always have in mind the words, lest he snatch you away and there be none to deliver you. 7 For all run, but one receives the prize. 8 Without effort. 74. He who makes progress works not only when awake but when asleep as well, so even in sleep some snub the daemons who approach them and admonish dissolute women in the matter of chastity, but do not expect visits and do not prepare for them beforehand, because the state of solitude is perfectly simple and free. 75. No one intending to build a tower and cell of solitude will approach this work without first sitting down and counting the cost, and he will feel his way by prayer, considering whether he has within him the necessary means for completing it, so that he should not lay the foundation and then become a laughingstock to his enemies and an obstacle to other workers. 976. Examine the sweetness you feel in your soul, lest it be compounded craftily by cruel physicians, or rather treacherous ones. 77. Devote the greater part of the night to prayer and only what is left to recital of the Psalter, and during the day again prepare yourself according to your strength. 78. Reading 10 enlightens the mind considerably, and helps it concentrate, for those are the Holy Spirit's words and they attune those who attend to them. Let what you read lead you to action, for you are a doer. 11. Putting these words into practice makes further reading superfluous. Seek to be enlightened by the words of salvation. 12. Through your labors, and not merely from books, until you receive spiritual power. Do not study works of an allegorical nature because they are dark words, and they darken the weak. 1379. Often 1 cup of wine is sufficient to reveal its flavor, and 1 word of the solitary makes known to those who can taste it his whole inner state and activity. 80. Have the eye of your soul fixed firm against conceit or self-opinion, for nothing is so banefully destructive. 81. When you leave your cell be sparing with your tongue, because it can scatter in a moment the fruits of many labors. 82. Try to unlearn officiousness and curiosity, for they can spoil solitude as nothing else can. 1 Psalm 15, 8, 2 Saint Luke 21, 19, 3 Saint Matthew 26, 43, 4 Proverbs 24, 27, 5 Psalm Xiv, 5, 6 Romans 8, 18, 7 Psalms Lix, 22, 8 1 Corinthians 9, 24, 9 Saint Luke 14, 28-30, 10 That is, Holy Scripture, 11 James I, 22, 12 lit. By the words of health. 13 Anagogical writings appear to mean one thing, but in reality mean something quite different, being words of darkness, or at any rate puzzling and unclear. They may injure those who cannot go beyond the letter and proceed in the spirit, being taken at their face value, as the Song of Songs and such like. 119. 83. Offer to those who visit you what is necessary both for the body and for the spirit. If they are wiser than we are, let us show our philosophy by silence, and if they are brethren following the same way of life, let us open the door of speech to them in due measure, yet it is better to regard all as superior to us. 184. I wanted to forbid to those who were still children all bodily work at the time of the church services, too, but he who carried sand all night in his cloak restrained me. 385. What is said in the dogma of the Holy, uncreated and adorable Trinity contrasts with the doctrine of the providential incarnation of one of the persons of this all-hymned Trinity, for what is plural in the Trinity is single in him, and what there is single, here is plural. 4 And in the same way some habits of life are suitable for solitude and others for obedience, in a community. 86. The divine apostle says, who has known the mind of the Lord? 5 And I will say, who has known the mind of the man who is a solitary in body and spirit? 87. The power of a king consists in his wealth and the number of his subjects, the power of a solitary in abundance of prayer. Step 28 On holy and blessed prayer, mother of virtues, and on the attitude of mind and body in prayer. 1. Prayer by reason of its nature is the converse and union of man with God, and by reason of its action it upholds the world and brings about reconciliation with God. It is the mother and also the daughter of tears, the propitiation for sins, a bridge over temptations, a wall against afflictions, a crushing of conflicts, work of angels, food of all the spiritual beings, future gladness, boundless activity, the spring of virtues, the source of graces, invisible progress, food of the soul, the enlightening of the mind, an axe for despair, a demonstration of hope, the annulling of sorrow, the wealth of monks, the treasure of solitaries, the reduction of anger, the mirror of progress, the realization of success, a proof of one's condition, a revelation of the future, a sign of glory. For him who truly prays, prayer is the court, the judgment hall and the tribunal of the Lord before the judgment to come. 2. Let us rise and listen to what that Holy Queen of the Virtues cries with a loud voice and says to us, Come unto me all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. Take my yoke upon you, and you shall find rest for your souls and healing for your wounds, for my yoke is easy. 6 And is a sovereign remedy for great sins. 3. If we wish to stand before our King and God and converse with him, we must not rush into this without preparation, lest, seeing us from afar without weapons and suitable clothing for those who stand before the king, he should order his servants and slaves to seize us and banish us from his presence and tear up our petitions and throw them in our face. 4. When you are going to stand before the Lord, let the garment of your soul be woven throughout with the thread that has become oblivious of wrongs, otherwise, prayer will bring you no benefit. 1 Philippians 2, 3, 2 lit. In the gatherings, or assemblies. 3 Saint Pachomius thus resisted sleep and remained in vigil. 4 In the Holy Trinity there are 3 persons, but in Christ 1 person. In the Trinity there is 1 nature, but in Christ 2 natures. 5 Romans 11, 34, 6 Saint Matthew 11, 28-30, 120. 5. Let your prayer be completely simple, for both the publican and the prodigal son were reconciled to God by a single phrase. 6. The attitude of prayer is one and the same for all, but there are many kinds of prayer and many different prayers. Some converse with God as with a friend and master, interceding with praise and petition not for themselves but for others. Some strive for more spiritual riches and glory and for confidence in prayer, others ask for complete deliverance from their adversary. Some beg to receive some kind of rank, others for complete forgiveness of debts. Some ask to be released from prison, others for remission of accusations. 7. Before all else, let us list sincere thanksgiving first on our prayer card. On the second line we should put confession, and heartfelt contrition of soul. Then let us present our petition to the King of all. This is the best way of prayer, as it was shown to one of the brethren by an angel of the Lord. 8. If you have ever been under trial before an earthly judge, you will not need any other pattern for your attitude in prayer. But if you have never stood before a judge yourself and have not seen others being cross-questioned, then learn at least from the way the sick implore the surgeons when they are about to be operated on or cauterized. 9. Do not be over-sophisticated in the words you use when praying, because the simple and unadorned lisping of children has often won the heart of their heavenly Father. 10. Do not attempt to talk much when you pray, lest your mind be distracted in searching for words. One word of the publican propitiated God, and one cry of faith saved the thief. Loquacity in prayer often distracts the mind and leads to fantasy, whereas brevity too makes for concentration. 11. If you feel sweetness or compunction at some word of your prayer, dwell on it, for then our guardian angel is praying with us. 12. Do not be bold, even though you may have attained purity, but rather approach with great humility, and you will receive still more boldness. 13. Though you may have climbed the whole ladder of the virtues, pray for forgiveness of sins. Listen to the cry of Paul regarding sinners, of whom I am the first. 3:14. Oil and salt are seasonings for food, and tears and chastity give wings to prayer. 15. If you are clothed in all meekness and freedom from anger, you will not have much trouble in loosing your mind from captivity. 16. Until we have acquired genuine prayer, we are like people teaching children to begin to walk. 17. Try to lift up, or rather, to shut off your thought within the words of your prayer, and if in its infant state it wearies and falls, lift it up again. Instability is natural to the mind, but God is powerful to establish everything. If you persevere indefatigably in this labor, He who sets the bounds to the sea of the mind will visit you too, and during your prayer will say to the waves, thus far shalt thou come and no further. For spirit cannot be bound, but where the Creator of the Spirit is, everything obeys. 18. If you have ever seen the Son 5 as you ought, you will also be able to converse with Him fitly, but if not, how can you truly hold converse with what you have not seen? 1 cf. Step 5, 25, 2 gk. Monologia, repetition of a single word or sentence, 3:1 Timothy I:15, 4 Job 38, 11:5. That is, God, the Son of Righteousness, 121. 19. The beginning of prayer consists in banishing the thoughts that come to us by single ejaculations the very moment that they appear. The middle stage consists in confining our minds to what is being said and thought, and its perfection is rapture in the Lord. 20. One kind of joy occurs at the time of prayer for those living in a community, and another comes to those who pray as solitaries. The one is perhaps somewhat elated, but the other is wholly filled with humility. 21. If you constantly train your mind never to wander, then it will be near you during meals too, but if it wanders unrestrained, then it will never stay beside you. A great practicer of high and perfect prayer says, I would rather speak 5 words with my understanding, 2 and so on, but such prayer is foreign to infant souls. Therefore, imperfect as we are, we need not only quality but a considerable time for our prayer, because the latter paves the way for the former, for it is said, giving pure prayer to him who prays 3 resolutely, even though sordidly and laboriously. 22. Soiled prayer is one thing, its disappearance is another, robbery another, and defection another. Prayer is soiled when we stand before God and picture to ourselves irrelevant and inopportune thoughts. Prayer is lost when we are captured by useless cares. Prayer is stolen from us when our thoughts wander before we realize it. Prayer is spoilt by any kind of attack or interruption that comes to us at the time of prayer. 23. If we are not alone at the time of prayer, then let us imprint within ourselves the character of one who prays, but if the ministers of praise are not with us, we may make even our outward attitude conform to a state of prayer, for in the case of the imperfect, The mind often conforms to the body. 24. For everyone, and especially for those who have come to the king in order to receive remission of their debt, unutterable contrition is necessary. As long as we are still in prison, let us listen to him who speaks to Peter. For put on the garment of obedience, cast off your own wishes and, stripped of them, approach the Lord in your prayer, invoking his will alone. Then you will receive God, who guides the helm of your soul and pilots you safely. 25. Rise from love of the world and love of pleasure, lay aside cares, strip your mind, renounce your body, because prayer is nothing other than estrangement from the world, visible and invisible. For what have I in heaven? Nothing. And what have I desired on earth beside thee? Nothing, but to cling continually to thee in prayer without distraction. To some, wealth is pleasant, to others, glory, to others, possessions, but my wish is to cling to God, and to put the hope of my dispassion in him. 26. Faith gives wings to prayer, and without it we cannot fly up to heaven. 27. We who are passionate must constantly pray to the Lord, for all passionate people who have achieved dispassion have only done so by vanquishing their passions. 28. Though the judge did not fear God, yet because a soul, widowed from him through sin and a fall, troubles him, he will avenge her of her adversary, the body, and of the spirits who make war upon her. 6. Our good Redeemer attracts to his love those who are charitable by the quick satisfaction of their petitions, but he makes thoughtless souls remain in prayer before him for a long time, in hunger and thirst for their petition, for an ill-conditioned cur when once it gets its bread makes off with it and leaves the giver. 1 G.K. Monologistos, this may mean by single words of prayer. 1 Corinthians 14:19, the passage continues, than the 1,000 words in a tongue. 3 Kings 2:9, the Septuagint differs from the AV and RV here. 4 cf. Acts 12:8, 5 Psalmxi 25:8, 6 St. Luke 18:1-7, 122. 29. Do not say, after spending a long time at prayer, that nothing has been gained, for you have already gained something, and what higher good is there than to cling to the Lord and persevere in unceasing union with him? 30. A convict does not fear his sentence of punishment so much as a fervent man of prayer fears this duty of prayer, so if he is wise and shrewd, by remembering this he can avoid every reproach, and anger, and worry, and interruption, and affliction, and satiety, and temptation, and distracting thought. 31. Prepare yourself for your set times of prayer by unceasing prayer in your soul, and you will soon make progress. I have seen those who shone in obedience and who tried, as far as they could, to keep in mind the remembrance of God, and the moment they stood in prayer they were at once masters of their minds, and shed streams of tears, because they were prepared for this beforehand by holy obedience. 32. Psalmody in a crowded congregation is accompanied by captivity and wandering of thoughts, but in solitude this does not happen. However, those in solitude are liable to be assailed by despondency, whereas in the former the brethren help each other by their zeal. 33. War proves the soldier's love for his king, but the time and discipline of prayer show the monk's love for God. 34. Your prayer will show you what condition you are in. Theologians say that prayer is the monk's mirror. 35. He who is busy with something and continues it when the hour of prayer comes, is deceived by the demons. Those thieves aim at stealing from us 1 hour after another. 36. Do not beg off when asked to pray for the soul of another, even though you have not yet obtained the gift of prayer, because the faith of the suppliant also frequently saves the one who prays for him with contrition. 37. Do not get excited if you have prayed for another and been heard, for it is his faith that has been strong and effective. 38. Each lesson that a child learns from his teacher he will be expected to know day by day without fail, and it is right that a reckoning should be required of each prayer that we engage in, so that we know what power has been received from God. Therefore, we must attend to the matter. When you have prayed soberly, you will soon be fighting against fits of temper, for this is what our enemies aim at. 39. We should always perform every virtue, especially prayer, with great feeling, A soul prays with feeling when it gets the better of temper and anger. 40. What is obtained by frequent and prolonged prayer is lasting. 41. He who has found the Lord will no longer explain the object of his prayer, for then the Spirit himself makes intercession for him within him with unutterable groanings. 142. During prayer do not admit any sensory imagination, so as not to be subject to distraction. 43. The assurance of every petition becomes evident during prayer. Assurance is loss of doubt. Assurance is sure proof of the unprovable. 44. Be very merciful if you care about prayer, for through mercy monks shall receive 100-fold, too, and the rest in the future life. 45. When the fire comes to dwell in the heart, it revives prayer, and after its resurrection and ascension to heaven, a descent of fire into the cenacle of the soul takes place. 1 Romans 8:26, 2 St. Matthew 19:29, 123. 46. Some say that prayer is better than the remembrance of death, but I praise two natures in one person. 147. A good horse when mounted warms up and quickens its pace. By pace I mean psalm singing, and by horse, a resolute mind. He scents the battle from afar. 2 He is all ready, and remains master of the field. 48. It is cruel to snatch water from the mouth of a thirsty person, but it is still more cruel for a soul that is praying with compunction to be torn away from its beloved task before it has finished its prayer. 49. Do not abandon prayer until you see that, by divine providence, the fire and water 3 have fallen off, for you will not have such a moment for the remission of your sins again in all your life perhaps. 50. By blurting out one careless word he who has tasted prayer often defiles his mind, and then when he stands in prayer he no longer attains his desire as before. 51. It is one thing frequently to keep watch over the heart, and another to supervise the heart by means of the mind, that ruler and bishop that offers spiritual sacrifices to Christ, when the holy and heavenly fire comes to dwell in the souls of the former, as says one of those who have received the title of theologian, for it burns them because they still lack purification, whereas it enlightens the latter according to the degree of their perfection, for one and the same fire is called both the fire which consumes and the light which illuminates. 5 That is why some people come from prayer as if they were marching out of a fiery furnace and feel relief as from some defilement and from all that is material, while others are as if illumined with light and clothed in a garment of joy and humility. But those who come from prayer without experiencing either of these two effects have prayed bodily, not to say after the Jewish fashion, and not spiritually. 52. If a body is changed in its activity from contact with another body, then how can he remain unchanged who touches the body of God with innocent hands? 653. We see that our all-good king, like an earthly king, sometimes distributes his gifts to his warriors himself, sometimes through a friend, sometimes through a slave, and sometimes in an unknown way, and it will be according to the garment of humility that each of us wears. 54. Just as an earthly king is disgusted by a man who turns his face away and talks to his master's enemies while in his presence, so will the Lord be disgusted by a man who admits unclean thoughts during his set time of prayer. 55. Drive away with this stick the dog that keeps on coming, and however often he tries it on, never give in to him. 56. Ask with tears, seek with obedience, knock with patience, for thus he who asks receives, and he who seeks finds, and to him who knocks it will be opened. 757. Take care when you pray not to overdo your intercessions for the other sex, so as not to be tricked from the right side. 858. Do not go into detail in confessing physical acts lest you become a traitor to yourself. 1. A loving nature, prayer, and a fearful nature, remembrance of death, just as Christ has his divine and human natures united in one person. 2 Job 39:25. 3. That is fervor and tears, for St. Gregory Nazianzen, or 40. 5. Hebrews 12:29, St. John 1:9, 6. This refers to the power of the body of Christ in Holy Communion. 7. St. Matthew 7:8. 8. The shield being on the left arm, The right was the unguarded side. 124. 59. Do not let the time of prayer be an hour for considering necessary things or even spiritual tasks, otherwise you will lose the better part. 160. He who keeps constant hold of the staff of prayer will not stumble, and even if he does, his fall will not be fatal, for prayer is a devout coercion of God. 261. The benefit of prayer can be inferred from the assaults of the demons during the divine office, and its fruit from the defeat of the foe. But this I know, that thou favorest me, because my enemy will never triumph over me. 3. In the time of battle, I called with my whole heart, says the psalmist, for that is, with body, soul and spirit, for where the two last are gathered together, there God is in the midst of them. 562. We have not all got the same needs, neither as regards the body nor as regards the spirit, for brisk chanting suits some, and more leisurely singing suits others, for the former are struggling with captivity of the mind, and the latter with ignorance. 63. If you constantly converse with the king concerning your enemies, take courage when they attack you, you will not labor long, for they will soon retire of their own accord. These unholy spirits do not want to see you receive a crown for your struggle against them through prayer, and moreover, they will flee as from fire when scourged by prayer. 64. Have all courage, and you will have God for your teacher in prayer, just as it is impossible to learn to see by word of mouth because seeing depends on one's own natural sight, so it is impossible to realize the beauty of prayer from the teaching of others. Prayer has a teacher all its own, God, who teaches man knowledge. 6. And grants the prayer of him who prays, and blesses the years of the just. 7. Amen. Step 29. Concerning heaven on earth, or godlike dispassion and perfection, and the resurrection of the soul before the general resurrection. 1. Here are we who lie in the deepest pit of ignorance, in the dark passions of this body and in the shadow of death, having the temerity to begin to philosophize about heaven on earth. 2. The firmament has the stars for its beauty, and dispassion has the virtues for its adornments, for by dispassion I mean no other than the interior heaven of the mind, which regards the tricks of the demons as mere toys. 3. And so he is truly dispassionate, and is recognized as dispassionate, who has made his flesh incorruptible, who has raised his mind above creatures and has subdued all his senses to it, and who keeps his soul in the presence of the Lord, ever reaching out to him even beyond his strength. 4. Some say, moreover, that dispassion is the resurrection of the soul before the body, but others, that it is the perfect knowledge of God, second only to that of the angels. 5. This perfect, but still unfinished, perfection of the perfect, as someone who had tasted it informed me, so sanctifies the mind and detaches it from material things that for a considerable part of life in the 1 cf. Saint Luke X. 42, 2 Saint Luke 18, 5, 3 Psalm XL, 12, 4 Psalm XVEI, 145, 5 Saint Matthew 18, 20, the two are soul and spirit. 6 Psalms I, 10, 7 Kings 2, 9, cf. Above, p. 121, note 474, 125. Flesh. After entering the heavenly harbor, a man is wrapped as though in heaven and is raised to contemplation. One who had experience of this well says somewhere, for God's strong men of the earth have become greatly exalted. One such a man, as we know, was that Egyptian too who prayed with some people for a long time without relaxing his hands which were stretched out in prayer. 6. There is a dispassionate man, and there is one who is more dispassionate than the dispassionate. The one strongly hates what is evil, but the other has an inexhaustible store of virtues. 7. Purity too is called dispassion, and rightly, because it is the harbinger of the general resurrection and of the incorruption of the corruptible. 8. Dispassion was shown by him who said, I have the mind of the Lord. 3. Dispassion was shown by the Egyptian who said that he no longer feared the Lord. Dispassion was shown by him who prayed that his passions should return to him. 5. Who before the future glory has been granted such dispassion as that Syrian. 6. For David, glorious among the prophets, says to the Lord, O spare me, that I may recover my strength. 7 But that athlete of God cries, spare me from the waves of thy grace. 9 The soul has dispassion who is immersed in the virtues as the passionate are in pleasures. 10 If it is the acme of gluttony to force oneself to eat even when one has no appetite, then it is certainly the acme of temperance for a hungry man to overcome nature when it is blameless. 8 If it is extreme sensuality to rave over irrational and even inanimate creatures, then it is extreme purity to hold all persons in the same regard as inanimate things. If it is the height of cupidity to go on collecting and never be satisfied, it is the height of poverty not to spare even one's own body. If it is the height of despondency, while living in complete peace, not to acquire patience, then it is the height of patience to think of oneself even in affliction as being at rest. If it is called a sea of wrath for a person to be savage even when no one is about, then it will be a sea of long-suffering to be as calm in the presence of your slanderer as in his absence. If it is the height of vainglory when a person, seeing no one near him to praise him, puts on affected behavior, it is certainly a mark of its absence, not to let your thought be beguiled in the presence of those who praise you. If it is a sign of perdition, that is to say, pride, to be arrogant even in poor clothing, then it is a mark of saving humility to have humble thoughts in the midst of high undertakings and achievements. If it is a sign of complete enslavement to the passions to yield readily to everything the demons sow in us, then I take it as a mark of holy dispassion to be able to say honestly, the evil one who dodges me, I have not known, 9 Nor how he came, nor why, nor how he went, but I am completely unaware of everything of this kind, because I am wholly united with God, and always will be. 11 He who has been granted such a state, while still in the flesh, always has God dwelling within him as his guide in all his words, deeds and thoughts. Therefore, through illumination he apprehends the Lord's will as a sort of inner voice. He is above all human instruction and says, when shall I come and appear before the face of God? 10 For I can no longer bear the force of love, I long for the immortal beauty which thou hast given me in exchange for this clay. 1 Psalm Salvi, 10, 2 Saint Moses the Ethiopian or Abbot 3 cf. 1 Corinthians 2, 16, 7, 40, 4 Saint Antony the Great, 5 Saint John Kolov, 6 Saint Ephraim the Syrian, 7 Psalm 38, 14, 8 The point is, it is the height of temperance or self-control to master hunger which betokens a real need of nature and is therefore blameless. 9 Psalm c. 4, 10 Psalms lit. 3, 126. 12 But why say more? The dispassionate man no longer lives himself, but Christ lives in him, as he says, who fought the good fight, finished his course and kept the faith. 2:13 A king's diadem is not composed of one stone, and dispassion does not reach perfection if we neglect even one virtue, however ordinary. 14 Imagine dispassion as the celestial palace of the heavenly king, and the many mansions 3 as the abodes within this city, and the wall of this celestial Jerusalem as the forgiveness of sins. Let us run, brethren, let us run to enter the bridal hall of this palace. If we are prevented by anything, by some burden or old habit, or by time itself, what a disaster, let us at least occupy one of those mansions around the palace, but if we sink down and grow weak, let us make sure of being at least within the walls, for he who does not enter there before his end, or rather, does not scale the wall, will lie out in the desert of fiends and passions. That is why a certain man prayed, saying, through my God I shall scale the wall. 4 And another says, as if in the person of God, is it not your sins that separate you from me? 5 Friends, let us break through this wall of separation which we have erected to our own harm by disobedience, and let us receive the forgiveness of our sins, because in hell there is no one to pardon our debts. So then, brethren, let us devote ourselves to our task, for we are on the roll of the devout. There is no room for any excuse whether of a fall, or opportunity, or burden, For to all who have received the Lord by the baptism of regeneration he has given power to become children of God. 6 Saying, Be still and know that I am God. 7 And am dispassion, to him be the glory for ever and ever. Amen. Blessed dispassion lifts the mind that is poor from earth to heaven, and raises the beggar from the dunghill of the passions, but love whose praise is above all makes him sit with the princes, with the holy angels, and with the princes of the people of God. 8. Step 30 Concerning the linking together of the Supreme Trinity among the virtues. 9. 1. And now, finally, after all that we have said, there remain these three that bind and secure the union of all: faith, hope, love, and the greatest of these is love. 10 For God himself is so called. 11 2. And, as far as I can make out, I see the one as a ray, the second as a light, the third as a circle, and in all, one radiance and one splendor. 3. The first can make and create all things. The divine mercy surrounds the second and makes it immune to disappointment. The third does not fall, does not stop in its course, and allows no respite to him who is wounded by its blessed rapture. 4. He who wishes to speak about divine love undertakes to speak about God, but it is precarious to expatiate on God, and may even be dangerous for the unwary. 1 Galatians 2:20, 2 Timothy 4:7. Some texts add orthodox before the word faith. 3 St. John 14:2, 4 Psalm 17:30, 5 cf. Isaiah Lix, 2, 6 St. John I, 12, 7 Psalm XLV, 11, 8 Psalm XCI, 7, 8, 9 That is faith, hope and love. 10 1 Corinthians 13:13, 11 1 John 4:8-16, 127. 5. The angels know how to speak about love, and even they can only do this according to the degree of their enlightenment. 6. God is love, so he who wishes to define this, tries with bleary eyes to measure the sand in the ocean. 7. Love, by reason of its nature, is a resemblance to God, as far as that is possible for mortals. In its activity it is inebriation of the soul, and by its distinctive property it is a fountain of faith, an abyss of patience, a sea of humility. 8. Love is essentially the banishment of every kind of contrary thought, for love thinks no evil. 9. Love, dispassion and adoption are distinguished as sons from one another by name, and name only, just as light, fire and flame combine to form one power. It is the same with love, dispassion and adoption. 10. As love wanes, fear appears, because he who has no fear is either filled with love or dead in soul. 11. There is nothing wrong in representing desire, and fear, and care and zeal and service and love for God in images borrowed from human life. Blessed is he who has obtained such love and yearning for God as an enraptured lover has for his beloved. Blessed is he who fears the Lord as much as men under trial fear the judge. Blessed is he who is as zealous with true zeal as a well-disposed slave towards his master. Blessed is he who has become as jealous of the virtues as husbands who remain in unsleeping watch over their wives out of jealousy. Blessed is he who stands in prayer before the Lord as servants stand before a king. Blessed is he who unceasingly strives to please the Lord as others try to please men. 12. Even a mother does not so cling to the babe at her breast as a son of love clings to the Lord at all times. 13. He who truly loves ever keeps in his imagination the face of his beloved, and there embraces it tenderly. Such a man can get no relief from his strong desire even in sleep. Even then he holds converse with his loved one. So it is with our bodily nature, and so it is in spirit. One who was wounded with love said of himself, I wonder at it. I sleep because nature requires this, but my heart is awake too in the abundance of my love. 14. You should notice, venerable brother, that the stag, the soul, having destroyed those reptiles, 3 longs and faints for the Lord with the fire of love, as if struck by an arrow. 15. The effect of hunger is vague and indefinite, but the effect of thirst is intense and obvious to all, and indicative of blazing heat. So one who yearns for God says, My soul thirsts for God, the strong, the living God. 5:16. If the face of a loved one clearly and completely changes us, and makes us cheerful, gay and carefree, what will the face of the Lord not do when he makes his presence felt invisibly in a pure soul? 17. Fear, when it is an inner conviction of the soul, destroys and devours impurity, for it is said, "Nail down my flesh with the fear of thee." 6. And holy love consumes some, according to him who said, "Thou hast ravished our heart, thou hast ravished our heart." 7. But sometimes it makes others bright and 1 Corinthians 13, 5, 2 Song of Songs v. 2, 3 see above, p. 108, note 413, 4 Psalms 2, 5 Psalms lit 3, 6 Psalms vei, 120, 7 Song of Songs 4, 9, 128. Joyful, for it is said, "My heart trusted in him and I have been helped, even my flesh has revived." 1 And, when the heart is happy the face is cheerful. 2 So when the whole man is in a manner commingled with the love of God, then even his outward appearance in the body, as in a kind of mirror, shows the splendor of his soul. That is how Moses, who had looked upon God, was glorified. 3:18. Those who have reached such an angelic state often forget about bodily food. I think that often they do not even feel any desire for it, and no wonder, for frequently a contrary desire knocks out the thought of food. 19. I think that the body of those incorruptible men is not even subject to sickness any longer, because it has been rendered incorruptible, for they have purified the inflammable flesh in the flame of purity. I think that even the food that is set before them they accept without any pleasure, for there is an underground stream that nourishes the root of a plant, and their souls too are sustained by a celestial fire. 20. The growth of fear is the beginning of love, but a complete state of purity is the foundation of divine knowledge. 4:21. He who has perfectly united his feeling to God is mystically led by him to an understanding of his words, but without this union it is difficult to speak about God. 22. The engrafted Word 5 perfects purity, and slays death by his presence, and after the slaying of death, the disciple of divine knowledge is illumined. 23. The word of the Lord which is from God the Father is pure, and remains so eternally, but he who has not come to know God merely speculates. 24. Purity makes its disciple a theologian, who of himself grasps the dogmas of the Trinity. 25. He who loves the Lord has first loved his brother, because the second is a proof of the first. 26. One who loves his neighbor can never tolerate slanderers, but rather runs from them as from fire. 27. He who says that he loves the Lord but is angry with his brother is like a man who dreams that he is running. 28. The power of love is in hope, because by it we await the reward of love. 29. Hope is a wealth of hidden riches, hope is a treasure of assurance of the treasure in store for us. 30. It is a rest from labors, it is the door of love, it is the superannuation of despair, it is an image of what is absent. 31. The failure of hope is the disappearance of love, toils are bound by it, labors depend on it, mercy encircles it. 32. A monk of good hope is a slayer of despondency, with this sword he routs it. 33. Experience of the Lord's gift engenders hope, he who is without experience remains in doubt. 34. Anger destroys hope, because hope does not disappoint. 6. But a passionate man has no grace. 7. 1 Psalm 27, 7, 2 Proverbs 15, 13, 3 cf. Exodus 34, 2 Corinthians 3, 14, 4 Lit. Theology, 5 cf. James I, 21. Another reading is, the consubstantial word, 6 Romans v. 5, 7 Or, an angry man is not beautiful, Proverbs 11, 25, 129. 35. Love bestows prophecy, love yields miracles, love is an abyss of illumination, love is a fountain of fire, in the measure that it bubbles up, it inflames the thirsty soul, love is the state of angels, love is the progress of eternity. 36. Tell us, fairest of virtues, where thou feedest thy flock, where thou restest at noon. 1. Enlighten us, quench our thirst, guide us, take us by the hand, for we wish at last to soar to thee. Thou rulest over all, and now thou hast ravished my soul. I cannot contain thy flame, so I will go forward praising thee. Thou rulest the power of the sea, and stillest the surge of its waves and puttest it to death. Thou hast humbled the proud thought, like a wounded man. With the arm of thy power thou hast scattered thy enemies, 2. And thou hast made thy lovers invincible. But I long to know how Jacob saw thee fixed above the ladder. Satisfy my desire. Tell me, what are the means of such an ascent, what the manner, what the law that joins together the steps which thy lover sets as an ascent in his heart. 3. I thirst to know the number of those steps, and the time needed for the ascent. He who knows the struggle and the vision has told us of the guides, but he would not, or rather, he could not, enlighten us any further, and this queen, or I think I might more properly say king, as if appearing to me from heaven and as if speaking in the ear of my soul, said, unless, beloved, you renounce your gross flesh, you cannot know my beauty. May this ladder teach you the spiritual combination of the virtues. On the top of it I have established myself, as my great initiates said, and now there remain faith, hope, love, these 3, but the greatest of all is love. 4. A brief exhortation summarizing all that has been said at length in this book. Ascend, brothers, ascend eagerly, and be resolved in your hearts to ascend. 5. And hear him who says, come and let us go up to the mountain of the Lord and to the house of our God, who makes our feet like hinds' feet, and sets us on high places. 6. That we may be victorious with his song. Run, I beseech you, with him who said, let us hasten until we attain to the unity of faith and of the knowledge of God, to mature manhood, to the measure of the stature of the fullness of Christ. 7. Who, when he was baptized in the 30th year of his visible age, attained the 30th step in the spiritual ladder, since God is indeed love, to whom be praise, dominion, power, in whom is and was and will be the cause of all goodness throughout infinite ages. Amen. Put together by a Catholic man. Please keep me in your prayers. Glory to Jesus, honor to Mary and Joseph. Mary, help of Christians, pray for us. O Mary conceived without sin, pray for us who have recourse to thee. Long live Christ the King. Amen.